Yeah. Layers above uh, the timestamp. You don't see nothing there. Right above the timestamp. Okay, when you just scroll down, you see the picture at the top, right? You see the banner, right? The next level banner. All right, and then you see um oh sh. Let's see if it's in there online.
So do you use the HDMI cable still?
Hello. You guys hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, Panelists, I am one of the co-founders of SLEN. I hope you guys are having a great time so far. Putting a lot of work to get to this point, and we appreciate every coming to spend your time with us today. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. She's an entrepreneur, a accomplished author, highly sought after motivational speaker, and a leadership advisor. A lady who embodies our thing of going to the next level. She herself has taken her life
You see?
to the next level.
And the back has on it. It's short.
Going from a wealthier recipient,
You need high something.
having very high acclaim for some of the women she's done over the last 3 years.
Sorry. Yeah, it was short.
Magazines such as Oprah Magazines,
You need something high.
Black Enterprise Magazine, New York Times,
Okay, wait,
and
that be out
Washington
something.
Post.
That be all of
She's a current mentor to the Sierra Leonean Foundation for Women. A long-time advisor to the U.S. government, a Brookings Fellow at the U.S. House of Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on African Global Health. Recently, she hosted a series of a lecture series as a fellow at the Robert Bagel Institute of Politics. You'll like me at this point, you're wondering, wow, this is about this lady has done a lot. Well, she's done all this while raising 6 college educated children with the husband and family sphere. When I met this lady for the first time, I mean, she was only supposed to be 9 minutes, so she introduced myself, and she was going to take us.
Oh, wow.
We ended up talking
All right,
about
well, you start talking.
my left dad means it's very empowered, very motivated. I knew immediately that we had children right in the vehicle. Steve was there about getting your life, getting your profession, and also getting this country to the next level. Before she comes up, we're going to play a quick video that tells you about life. I do need to make one announcement. We do have our videographers who are going to take they're going to do the photography and the videography of this session. Please, I want to ask you guys to, if possible, refrain from taking the session because we will have videographers to get it over, and we can give you guys access to whatever question you need.
To my broadcasting and TV career, little bit. Back in 1974, I left my country, Sierra Leone, to come to the United States to pursue my broadcasting and TV career. Little did I know that I was going to bump into a wall because in the early 70s, my accent was very intolerable. So I had to put my broadcasting career on hold. Then I enrolled in a college, and what I thought was a lot of money, I got $1,500, ended up only 3 months. So I did 1 semester of college, and I had to drop out. And from there, I met my Prince Charming. We got married, had a child, and he was where I had to fit into the welfare system. I decided that I wasn't gonna give birth to a child in a homeless shelter, so Washington, D.C. to help me out, and I'm very grateful to be able to give birth to Dominican Hospital, which was a progress hospital. I took advantage of the welfare training program, became a bank teller, and then I met another Prince Charming, who is my current husband for more than 20 years. I started my first business in 1987, which was a cleaning company. And the reason for starting my business is because I got fired from so many jobs for various reasons, being late, and a few other things. But then my husband, John, really got back and he found found it in me that I have, I'm a very good businesswoman.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm gonna pause it and close out another window. Okay, sorry about that. I'm gonna go back a few minutes just to catch up.
And the reason for setting my business is because I applied for so many jobs for various reasons, being late, and a few other things. But then my husband, John, really goes back and he found it in me that I'm a very good businesswoman. I have the ability to talk to people and they would get along and do various tasks at one time. So on my 30th birthday, he had offered to get me a BMW. And I thought I could use that check and start a cleaning business. Because I've done cleaning jobs in the Washington area and I know it was lucrative. I have an idea it was lucrative. So instead of using the money for the car, I used it to start my business. I started a franchise and then I went on my own in the early 90s. Today I'm the CEO of Carrol Building Maintenance with over 165 employees. We've done very well in the cleaning business, and then from there I decided that I should diversify and try different entities. So about 8 years ago, I opened a beauty salon. I realized there was a need for both Hispanics and whites and blacks to be together. And it was the first beauty salon in the Annapolis area to have a multiracial, and we're doing very well. And then from there, I was driving one into the airport during my many motivational speaking, and my husband and I saw a florist shop. And I'm a sucker for flowers. I don't do as well as Elton John. I love flowers. So I said, well, what a good idea. So the long and short of it is I opened a florist shop, and then I have another idea. Well, if I open a florist shop, I could also incorporate, there's enough space there to put in a bridal salon, do it a one-stop shop in a mini Walmart. And then I did a tuxedo shop right there, and that's doing very well. It's about a year old now. In addition to that, I'm a motivational speaker, and an author, just published my first autobiography. And most recently, as recently as a week ago, I just started my own radio show in the Baltimore area. I am, well, I'm not going to tell you my age, but I'm married with 6 children, including more than 70 hours a week. But it's something that I really enjoy doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker, Ajara Bomah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't disappoint you with the look from the video to my current, more polished look, thanks to Desmond and Janice and my agent, Helen Dunbar. So I'm still young. I don't know if anybody in the audience have done the math to figure out how old I am today, but I'm still young at heart. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Sierra Bomah, aka Anti-Syrian in the community, and aka Mama Africa on the corridors of Capitol Hill. I start off by wanting to imitate our current president, President Barack Obama, who delivered a speech at a funeral in North Carolina recently ago. But my husband encouraged me not to start the next level with a song, so it's gonna go in the tail end. And I was challenged by my agent, Miss Ellen Dunbar, CEO of Miss Africa International, to just go ahead and do the song at the end, and that will be my next level. Protocol calls to acknowledge all dignitaries and sponsors here in this room today, and hereby present, that is fully acknowledged. We thank you for coming and participating in the SLEN second conference. I must openly acknowledge our sponsors. We're starting off with the platinum sponsor, who is not here with us, Mrs. Sally Vina Katumel, who is a barrister and solicitor in Freetown, Sierra Leone, the lead chief counsel for a major energy company. And then our gold sponsor, Ms. Holden Jane Tucker, if you're here, could you please stand? Panelists group. We thank you very much. We're still growing, we're still in the operation stages. So, okay, you got it? You see, Mrs. Tucker, you even have a song to go with your acknowledgement. And then our other gold sponsor, I believe he's in Freetown or on his way to Freetown, my good friend, my good brother, Mr. Amadou Masali. And then our silver sponsor, Miss Susan Paul. Did I say it right? Did I? Oh, wonderful. If Miss Susan Paul is there, could you please stand so we can acknowledge you? She's not here. Okay, great. And then we go to our next silver sponsor, who I have watched grow gracefully in her career, becoming one of the leading attorneys in the Washington metro area, Miss Yolanda Thompson. If you're here, please stand. I believe I attended some of your 5th birthday parties many years ago. So proud of you. Thank you very much. On behalf of the SLEN Executive Committee and all SLEN members, we thank you for your sponsorship, because without you, I won't be here today, and this wouldn't be a possibility. And charity always starts at home. A special acknowledgement to my BFF, my best friend, my lover, Mr. Ajara Bomah, and father of my husband for the past not 35 children, just 6 children, 35 plus years. And he's here with us today. My agent again, who takes me to higher levels, Ms. Helen Dunbar, CEO of Miss Africa International. And there is one special guest here in this room, Miss Helen Nikosi and her husband. If you're here, could you please stand? Thank you. Helen is my niece, and she graduated from the Anti-Syrian boot camp right after college. She worked for our company for 2 years, and then I let her go, and she is going to higher heights, including a recently married woman to a beautiful, beautiful husband, as we welcome Nikosi to our family. I thank you for graduating gracefully from the Anti-Syrian School of Corporate Boot Camp. I am going to stop here. There are many supporters here, many friends. And should I continue, I might miss a name or two. So to avoid that, Helen was the one that won the jackpot today. But all others here present, I'm very, very grateful and truly acknowledge your presence. And thanks for your support and for coming out. Thank you very much. Now, you see my red dress. It does not represent a political symbol. It's just a bright and sunny day. What represents my symbol is the gold beads that I have, the stone beads that I have on my neck as I start my speech. These stone beads are a symbol for the golden years ahead of the SLEN Executive Committee as they try to rise to the next level. I see these stones as a stepping stones to the next level, golden path to success. I believe, and I entrust in you, the SLEN Executive Committee, and all SLEN members, and everybody here in this room. But the challenge is going to be to the SLEN Executive Committee and the SLEN members as they rise to the next level. When you rise, I have faith in you that as you go to the next level, there is a Chief Justice in your group. There is a Bank of Governor for Sierra Leone in your group. There is a breed of new life coming in, just like the Salako Maxwells, the Badger Intelligencies, the Celestine Mustafas, Madam Ella Koblo Gulamer, Honorable Talker. Those names we learn in school. Those names we imitate. Those names we follow. SLEN, as you go to the next level, I want you to come back and bring those big names there. And most of all, SLEN, I have faith in you. I have vision. I just have that inner sixth sense that you will produce the next president of Sierra Leone. Don't look at me. But it will be a SLEN member. When you get to that level, when you get to your next level, the last speaker for last year, Honorable, I call him the Honorable because he's the chief sex, don't stop, get there. So I challenge you to produce a flag bearer for Sierra Leone. I challenge you to produce the best doctor for Sierra Leone. I challenge you to produce the best cleaning lady for Sierra Leone. I challenge you to produce the best nurse for Sierra Leone. And as you move on, I challenge you against all odds. Like Barack Obama challenged everybody and became the next president of the USA. SLEN, make me work for you, so you could become the next president of Sierra Leone. Now that I've challenged you and I believe in you, let me tell you what lies ahead of you. Not just remember, I did various aspirations and various levels of goals that are usual. So as you are going to become whatever you want to become, here is, bear in mind that you're going to face some challenges. You are going to face challenges in life that will test your tenacity, that will test your drive, and most of all, will test your courage. But here it is. Do not accept failures. It is not how many times you fall, but rather it is how many times you have the courage to get up. That stands. Again, it is not how many times you fall, it is how many times you have the courage to stand up as you go to the next level. I want everybody here present to remember the great gift of life from God. No human being, I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. It may happen in my children's lifetime. I don't know yet. But no human being comes on earth. No human being comes on earth with their feet on the ground. Once that each new life comes out crawling and has to be carried. And it is from that day when you come out and somebody holds you and grab you, whether in the hospital or in the midwife place, that you start your journey of life. Some babies will start very early. They will start sitting down in 2 months. Others will wait till they're 3 or 4 months. Some will crawl on their knees in 6 months. Others wait till 8 months. Some stand up alone in 8 months. Others wait till 9 months. Some walk on their own in 10 months. Others wait till 12 to 14 months. The late bloomers bring concern and, yes, perhaps disappointment to parents, while the early starters bring great joy and sense of pride to the other set of parents. What is not known in that child's life is God's plan for that individual. God has a plan for all SLEN executives and all SLEN members, in a plan for you all as you move to the next level. I may be sounding religious, but based on my personal story and life path, I've always been truly believed that there is a good God who has greatly blessed me and brought me to this level today. Please don't get me wrong by thinking all I have been doing is sitting down, folding my hands, and waiting for gifts from heaven. The gifts from heaven did come, together many times while waiting God's challenges to drop on my lap, and He has dropped a lot of challenges on my lap. I started with a brief synopsis of my personal life journey. I was born into poverty in Freetown, Pinapikim, Wekomona, under Sela, Eastern, Boys Street, Bombay Street. But very proud, satisfied parents who taught me and my siblings that we were never poor. We just didn't have what our neighbors had. That's it. We do what we do, and we enjoy making every moment count, including fighting over the rice to get the last chicken or the last meat, and bickering over silly things, but we were one happy family. And so collectively, we share joy and pain, and we embrace God and thank Him. Then at an early age, at the capital of Freetown, Sierra Leone, I rose to become a famous radio and TV broadcaster. God answered our prayer. I wanted to go to Annie Walsh, it happened. I wanted to go to St. Joseph's Convent, it happened. I wanted to be a radio and TV personality, it happened. We thank God. I came out of my beloved country, Sierra Leone, to the US, expecting to become a more famous and TV personality or film actress. I arrived in the US with $1,500 as shown in the video, which was then a lot of money back in the 70s, because I was making a lot of money in my profession. Only to find out that $1,500 only paid one semester of college tuition. Broke and disappointed, I had to leave college. I took several minimum paying jobs to make ends meet. Several of them fired me too, because of some different reasons. I hit ground zero when I arrived in the States from my podium in less than 90 days. I had to leave college again because I didn't have the money. I became a homeless woman in the streets of Washington, D.C. Within 5 years in the United States, all these challenges fell on my lap. I found out that I had easily exchanged my private driver in Freetown to a shared driver in Washington, D.C. by riding the S4 and S2 bus along with 30 other passengers to go to where I am. I also exchanged my comfortable home that I had attained with my security guard while I was a TV personality. I exchanged it for a room in a basement. My security personnel became my stick behind the door, the 4 chains on the lock, 3 bolts, all fitted. That was my security. But I had to make do. I had to say, this is life, suck it up and move on. So there was no human being there. Next time, I put the tip behind me door, I put the chain behind me door, I put the all up behind me door, and nobody can send me. I play, I grab. So I cried so many times. I cried. Where is the driver? Where are the security? Where me mommy cook? Where me mommy nurse? Where me this? Call me Papa Hanson. Where mind that? Dear America sky. So the song, through all the changes things of life, in trouble and in joy, became one of my favorite songs to bring me joy and relief as I cried to sleep and be ready to get up to catch my personalized driver, the Metro Bus S4 and S2, to take me to my job. My story, welfare to millionaire. After accepting the fact that my TV and radio career is not possible in the US because of my deep accent, I turned my focus into cleaning. Now, why did I turn my focus into cleaning? I'm going to switch back and forth. For the non-Indians who don't understand English, the one that don't understand Korean, the one that doesn't expect you. Because when I'm a grown up, I'm bold with people. So when I want to go faith, anybody in this audience know about faith? Jump and cinema, when I Roxy, then you can see Mama say, okay. So yeah, you want to Roxy? Yes, I want to Roxy. Can't sweep. So I will sweep the area, They will say, okay, can you crop that box there? I don't call it because it's on video. So I will crop the box there, then what done? Mama will say, you don't done, obviously if I do, yes, I don't done. I want to come for this thing at 2 o'clock, man. But I was still what say everyone go. Then I wash the pot. So cleaning became punishment for me, but I earned the price. I could go to Roxy, I could go to the Faith. I just for me to be corner. It wasn't good. I don't want to be corner. Yeah, clean and good. So I said, let's talk about double. So that's why I said, okay, if I'm going to be a radio TV broadcaster, I can use this cleaning business and for make money and this country as well and do it well because I've become. But then I started having other jobs. The welfare system said, oh, you're going to be on welfare so long, we will train you. So they trained me and I became a pen teller. At that time I had a son with me, a single mother, welfare. We were living in shelters and subsidized housing, moving on. And Dominic and I, we hit jackpot. When I went to work, I met this blue-eyed man, deep pockets he didn't have, driving a Mustang. And so I said, well, let us clean business with my boss to get That was my next level. I'm teaching you the lesson to survive. So he agreed, he got attracted, and some guys played, some really kind of things like he was attracted. So we became lovers, and thank God we became husband and wife. So on many times we were driving, every time, how was your job, Sarah? And I was walking today, oh, they just fired me, really. Oh, they get another job, they just fired me. Someone they said, look, my dear, you're not going to collect retirement. If they keep firing you like this, you will never collect retirement. You are going to be a sad woman. But I tell you what you could do. You're very good with words. Is anyone in this room denying that? You're very good with words. You know how to manipulate people. You know how to negotiate. So why don't you start a business? And it is your 30th birthday. You always want to drive a Beamer, so here's a check for a Beamer. I said, oh, okay, that sounds good. So I said, I know how to clean, but I know how to clean. So instead of using the check for the Beamer, I invested. Now this is the thing. I'm going to convince you when you go to the next level. When you want to start any type of business, it must be professional. It must be professional. You are not going to say, because I'm not cleaning lady, I gotta go sweep and boom. No. If you want to make it to the top, it has to be professional. So we invested in a franchise. I have to face reality. I was a Black woman. I'm from Africa. I have an accent. So if I go around passing business cards and says, oh, I am this Valeo, me cleaning card, me card. They don't have respect for me. So I brought him into the largest franchise, Service Master. I'm giving him a plug. And we had a relationship for 5 years. But the goal was to use their name so I could enter into the market, and we did very well. So I grew my company from a $200 sales to over $30 million before I shut down. All in free. So don't hide your shining light under a rock as you go to the next level. We all have abilities. We all know how to get a man. We all know how to get a woman. We all know how to manipulate our parents to go to the fates, the banks, and all that. So when there's a shining thing inside you, bring it out. Bring it out in your career. Not everybody is born to be a business person. Not everybody is born to be a political leader. But whatever God's plan is for you, embrace it with pride and dignity and take it to the next level. And if you're going to be cheap and cheesy, please don't become a small business owner. Just quit, because then you're going to be burned. When you do that, make sure you have professional staff with you. Make sure you have accountants. Make sure you have lawyers. Make sure you have advisors. Please find some pennies to give to them. So we started our business, and my husband and my children were all involved with it. We started small. My husband was a vice president in a bank. After work, he'll change his suit, put in his jeans, get the kids. It was Dominic and Justin then. We're all doing our Ford Escort, and we will clean. This is the catch. We were cleaning recruiting offices. Dominic and Justin will pull the trash. I would do the bathrooms, and John would vacuum. But when I go to the next client, they said, "Oh, do you have any references?" I said, "Of course I do." They said, "What is it?" I said, "We clean for the Department of Army, we clean for the Department of Navy, and we clean for the Marines." Very impressive. It was true, because the contract was from the Army. What I did not tell them is, it's a small recruiting office on Georgia Avenue. But we thank God for that. And the kids happened to lose their job because Dominic at that time was in 7th or 3rd grade, and he went to school and he was sleeping. And the teacher said, "Dominic, why are you sleeping?" So my mom and dad made me clean all night. So they called us on the carpet. So Dominic lost his job, and so did Justin. And then something happened in my life. Every time I get a new contract, I mean, this is really good. Every time I get a multi-million-dollar contract, my husband gets me with pregnancy. So I would go to these presentations wearing the sport dresses, and during my presentation, you know, my accountant would say, "Sarah, you go. If you find out you're pregnant, you're not going to get this." So they said, "Oh, Sarah, you look so good. You know, you look like you're going to wait." I said, "Yep. I had some fufu last night." But the challenge was, I was going to give an excuse. So Julian, born in 1989, graduated from Harvard, we thank God. We were cleaning a 5-story building. This is a true story. My water broke, and I was cleaning the bathrooms. Should I cry that my water broke and I could stop cleaning because I went into labor? No. I finished cleaning all 5 floors, holding Julian up. And my staff called the ambulance. They called my husband. My husband said, "Put her in the ambulance, take her to Holy Cross." Julian gave birth, right? I gave birth to Julian. Right after that, the first words that came out of me in pain was, "Do they have enough toilet paper?" So, and the next one was Jamina being born in 1992. As soon as Jamina was born, 3 months later, we negotiated with the Navy at Pass River for several years. They called at that time, it wasn't email, they called and said, "We won the contract." Whoa! Huge contract, multi-million-dollar contract, 4 hours away from home. Did I call the Navy and say, "Oh, I just won. You know, I'm going to begin this contract, tell you begin 6 months, or tell you begin 3 months or 6 months." I said, "Fine. Are you ready to start on Saturday?" They go, 24 hours to start. "Are you ready to start on Saturday?" I said, "Yes, I am." "Okay, well, come here Friday and sign the papers and you on board." What did I do? I moved out of my house, checked into a hotel, left Jamina, 3 months old, with John. However, John became my weekend guest at the hotel. And did that contract. I was still in pain. Jamina today, I'm proud to say, is a Fulbright scholar, did very well. So those are the 2 examples. Please, when you go out to find jobs, business careers and stuff like that, please don't give them excuses. They don't want to hear it. You ask for the job. You ask for the business. Just do it. Just go ahead and perform. So that's what I did. I'm almost at the end. I'm at the end. Seriously, oh, I'm just kidding. I have 6 more pages. So. No, that's not true. But for the SLEN executive, you're gonna have arguments. No 2 people get along together. No 3 people get along together. So my gift to you today is the peace prayer, the prayer of peace, which is Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there's a hatred, give us the wisdom to sow love. Where there's injury, give us the wisdom to pardon one another. When there's an error, please, Lord, give SLEN the wisdom to always tell the truth and fix the error. When there is doubt, I pray to God Almighty to please give you the wisdom of firm faith, whether it's in the faith of the Quran or the Bible. Where there's despair, I pray to God that SLEN, as you move to the next level, to give you the wisdom of hope. Where there's darkness, I pray, Lord, that you give SLEN the wisdom that you always shed light on this new generation. And where there is sadness, Lord God Almighty, I pray for you to give wisdom to the SLEN executive and all the SLEN members, future and present, to embrace joy. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in partnering that we are pardoning, and it is dying that we're born to eternal life. So as you climb your next level, I give you a red carpet to embrace. Please take one step at a time. If you mado, you do one step at a time, and hold on that your level is as high as you want it to be. The first step is a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. The first step is the most important step. Life is a classroom. Stop complaining about the teachers, because you are the teacher and you also are the students, and every day has its lessons. Learn them. Do your homework. Then go out and play. Have fun. It is very good for the soul, because all work and no play makes a very pretty dull person. So the lesson for this message that I bring to you is honesty. The next one is be grateful for walls and privacy and space for each other, because all work and no prayer makes you a very dull person to play in whatever faith you embrace. Remember the Job suffering. Job suffered, but he was greatly rewarded. And this is my closing. I will tell you a story in Creole. It's called Pennies from Heaven. When you climb that step, you're going to be rewarded with pennies from heaven. Now, this is the story in Pennies from Heaven. 99 cents and 1 cent. Desmond is a published accountant who bring it to $1 or 100%. So here's the story. There was a Mr. 99 cents with the book money, and Mr. 1 penny, Mrs. 1 penny. We're just getting 1 and 1 penny. So Mr. 99 cents, in a big man now. Okay. He said, Papa, I don't get that 25 cents, I don't get that 10 cents, I don't get that this, I don't get that. I don't get me 99 cents. Who said I can't have it? So God said, oh, it's the 99 cents. Before you cannot have it, remember Adam and Eve, number 2 have been gone up. So God said, one nice woman. Say, okay, who's nice woman? Whatever you told me morning, the pastor said, no, this girlfriend, nice woman. Okay, I went for one other woman. I don't want my wedding up corner when Mrs. 1 penny. So he comes to Mrs. 1 penny. And 2 join her. He said, Mrs. 1 penny. Say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you, sir? Mr. 99 cents. Yeah, well. Say, Mrs. 1 penny. I want to marry you. Hey, Mr. 99 cents, you want to marry me? Yes, I want to marry you. You go out marry you, like, you can't go ever. He did not tell her the motive, because he needed $1 to get to heaven. So that was the thing. Anyway, so Mrs. 1 penny, go. So they got married, they had this big feast, and they started the journey to heaven. So, Mr. 99 said, no, say, Mrs. One Way Penny, now this woman. I mean, he did with 1 Way Penny. They don't know that, so, but they want to use this 1 penny. So then, get together. They started climbing the steps. It's a 99 century. You go, good morning. I don't know if we don't make arrangements. We basically have to go every. It's 1 Way Penny. Starting penny and Papa. Ebo, what do you? Ebo. Okay, Mr. 99 said, I'm not going to do all this step right there at the middle. Papa, I tell you, oh, man, it is playlist, how they come. So Mr. 99 cents quickly went up the steps. Knock, knock, knock. Yeah, I'm you. I know that. We only 99 cents. What happened to Miss 1 Way Penny? Look at all this, sir. You see, look at all this. Say no, they come. So I said, no, come back. I'm texting on my 2 4 come. I have vexed. They vexed. Turn around, actually, turn down. She foods. For them. Wait for them, only 99 cents scatter. Miss 1 Way Penny, don't they wait for her. So Miss 1 Way Penny, let her demand 99 cents. 91 pockets. Mr. 99 cents, where you come on, what you don't go for now. So what do you have? So, anyway, so look. This is my case. So 1 Way Penny say, hey, never worry, you know, God will tell the power what you have been together. Only 99 cents, that may also some book, you don't scatter. Only penny. Then you step, take it. Oh, okay. Hey, this 1 Way Penny. I need you to when you get 99 cents, you say, yes, I look over, look on me like that. Let me $1. Say that kind of side. But hope you know, the kind of side. Hey, Mr. 99 cents, what is happening? What's happening? That's it now. Mrs. 1 Way Penny, the pastor said, don't reach Mrs. Penny has made $1 by being humble. Don't reach Kevin. You turn around, and I said, are you married this day? You listless man. It's 1 Way Penny say, God in Papa. So, the real fully loaded in business. Your clients will give you $99 million, just as important that the client is going to give you a penny. When you're at your job, everything that you think that does not make sense to you, because they are so low, are the ones that are going to bring you up to heaven. So those are the pennies from heaven. I got the power, God make it handle, you get money to do it. So that's for that. Now, as an owner of a business, your personal paycheck can no longer be cash or deposit at the same day. You will keep your checks in your drawers for many months until your cash flow becomes better. The landlord, the banks, and everybody's out there waiting for your income. You will no longer work 24 hours a day, trust me. You're going to throw your comfortable pillow and your bed. It will now be replaced with 72 hours sleepless nights. And the couch on the floor will many, many days become your comfortable bed. The reward after 10 years would be access to a first-class hotel and fine dining. And last but not least, every business, as you go to the next level, every career, as you go to the next level, must be professional. Your outfits, your style, your presentation, and every manner must be professional. You will remember the way you live. And please, my dear friends and partners, please, when you are about to get to the next level and to make it to heaven or your optimal career, please, I beg you, do not forget the underprivileged, do not forget the poor, do not forget the sick, do not forget the lonely, do not forget where you come from. Because if you do, this one thing will get all that you get and you come to heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. Oh, there you
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I want to thank Ms. Sierra Bomah for that wonderful speech to us. And as you have advised us, we'll go one step at a time. And on behalf of SLEN executives and members, I want to present this plaque to you and say thank you for your wonderful presentation to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Future Cecil Jones, the future Dorothy Morrisons, the future Aaron Focus, and all here by the women, this plaque belongs to all of us. So I have my own presentation also. It's a nice little surprise. She's a very shy, beautiful little lady. I call her my Nadian queen. Today is a birthday. She does not want me to share that publicly. No, dear, you screwed up my next level. Really messing up my next level. Here's my next level. Not to become president of Sierra Leone or anywhere, that's posted. But my next level is a singing career, which my husband told me not to do. Ready, set, go. If I'm doing that, please join me quickly. Happy birthday. Is it that bad? Glorious things of Venus spoken, Janice Williams of SLEN. Come and join me on this podium as I present you this cake. That's my next level. So ladies and gentlemen, the birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Janice. Happy birthday to you. Karen Junker, my agent, CEO of Africa International, please join us. Thank you. And now Helen and I will have a presentation to the SLEN executive. All SLEN executives, please come to the podium. And all SLEN members, please come to the podium. Or so then, or you don't want to come? Everywhere you necessarily forget your pennies. They forget all of it. Okay, I saw the instructions. Yeah. Okay. All SLEN members that are here, please get up. Okay, Helen and I. Oh, okay. Right. Here is the presentation to all. Oh, I've been looking for you. And Dixie, Dixie, my good friend. I love your picture. Thank you. This, Helen Dunbar and I decided we were going to do a walk for as you share your recipes to the next level, men and women. Please, when you cook it with pride, cook it with joy, and have faith in God, which you will bring will be looking for one conversation. Oh, you want yes, thank you. So we give that to the accountant. Because you do the books very well. You don't go. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I met your mom yesterday. And oh, there is somebody in the audience here that I went to school with. Wolfman, O'Reilly Campbell, but in Wolfman, Robin, where are you?
Now stand up.
They were sacrificed in 2 days. I'm still getting more sandwich, man. Welcome to the USA. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Sierra Leone is available for 15 minutes to do a meet and greet. You can step outside the hallway. It's going to be available for you guys to meet and greet her. In 15 minutes, it should be heading out. So please take this time to get off, mingle, network. If you would like to chat with Sierra Leone, she's looking outside. Also, we have her books, Welcome to Millionaire, outside for sale. The books can be purchased for $20 a piece. So please, if you want to purchase the book, they're available for you guys to purchase outside. Thank you.
I need to give applause on the book. It is the first book by an African American woman that has a bipartisan endorsement. We set it above gold and also former Governor Maryland Carrol. And it has many good things there for you. So please help me make it to the grocery store. I have
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, so the conference is still in session. If you would like to go out and meet and greet with Ms. Bomah, then please do that quietly. The rest, please have a seat because we have to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who want to go out to meet and greet, please feel free to do so in a timely fashion and a quiet fashion. According to our program, we should be moving along. Can everyone please have a seat? If you're in here and having conversations, you can please step out and do that outside. I'm gonna give you 1 minute. So there is one more panel, by far the one that I'm most excited about, which is panel 3, the do's and don'ts of transitioning to Sierra Leone. You do not want to miss that, because I see quite a few of you guys trying to exit the building. Okay. Let me give everyone a minute. Everyone, please start making your way back inside. Those of you guys who are outside. Please, let's make our way back to our seats. The SLEN conference is still in session. It is not over. We have plenty of time to network at the end and socialize later on tonight at the after party. So please remember to purchase your tickets for the after party online via Eventbrite. If you do not have the link, again, the link can be found on the Facebook page of SLEN, the SLEN Facebook page, where you can purchase your ticket for tonight's after party at Bliss. Can everyone please begin to make their way back inside? Let's make our way back inside, people. Everybody, can we make our way back inside, please? Those of us who are out here. All right. So, see, look at this. All these empty seats. This is not right. You guys need to hurry up. Okay, so our key speaker was very powerful. So I think, what is one takeaway that I could definitely take from that? There's so many. She was very inspirational. So I hope you guys all purchase the book. If you haven't, purchase it. I'm sure you can find it online, get her business card, and find out more about how to purchase her book. Because we all want to be millionaires too. All right, so we are getting ready for the next panel. We have some very innovative and trailblazing people on this next panel. I'm super excited about the next panel, the next and final panel, entitled The Do's and Don'ts of Transitioning to Sierra Leone, especially for those of us who aspire to go back, to return, even to visit. I'm pretty sure they'll let you know the do's and don'ts are important to know. Trust and believe that, because I'm one of those people. Okay? All right. I'm gonna give everyone at least 1 more minute to get back, and then we just gonna roll along. Yes, people, let's come on in and take a seat. I have a feeling that this is going to be the realest panel that we got the whole day. Keeping it 1000% real. I want to move slow back. I want to move slow back. Not the food, not the lunch, or waiting. Let's try, please, people. Let's get back to our seats. Okay. All right, so again, we are going to begin with our final panel entitled, I'll wait. That was not talk over 81. Entitled The Do's and Don'ts of Transitioning to Sierra Leone. Our moderator for this panel will be Ms. Sisay, Executive Response Coordinator at Capital One Bank. A little background on our moderator is she currently lives in Sierra Leone, Maryland. She is the first generation Sierra Leone American. Her parents hail from Yeniva and Congo. Okay, all right now. She's 35 years old with an extensive educational and work experience. Graduated with a bachelor's from the University of Tampa, Florida, with a bachelor's in criminology and a minor in communication. She received a master's degree from Walden University in public administration, specializing in homeland security. She's worked as a juvenile probation officer in Tampa for 5 years, where she worked hand in hand with the law firms, judges, and law enforcement, handling criminal cases, dealing with youth in the foster care system. She currently works as an executive response coordinator at Capital One Bank, responding to federal regulatory complaints, ensuring that the bank is compliant with and up to date with federally regulated laws pertaining to financial institutions. Wonderful. So please welcome Ms. Sisay. And the dashiki, yes, girl, we're doing dashiki, yes. And now I'm just going to call up our panelists, and they will introduce themselves. Yes, okay. So first panelist is my girl Yeniva Sisay, and she is the founder of Excel Sierra Leone. Next is my other girl, Miss Ajara Bomah. Yes. Project consultant and founder of Royalty Concepts. Next is Mr. Raymond B. Kata, development and human rights practitioner. And last but not least is our dear birthday girl, Ms. Janice Williams, educator and activist. So passing it on to you guys.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And it's my ultimate pleasure to be the moderator for this panel, for the last panel for today, the do's and don'ts in transitioning to Sierra Leone. So, of course, with our first panel and our second panel, obviously, there are going to be people here who are going to go back and already gone back, who have transitioned and are doing projects back home. If you are inspired to go, you're thinking of going there to start a project with this, these wonderful panelists have a wealth of information. Yeniva, CEO of Excel, 17 years worth of education, training, consulting, everything. She's wonderful, absolutely awesome. So let's start with you. I was going to do the whole introduction, but I'm here that. So I'm going to start off with the first question here. Now, in your profession, your experience prior to transitioning, how did it help in making the decision to go back home and to start your career there, where you start the idea?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Yeniva, Sisay so bad. 9 years ago, I was just like you, in the same exact place. I'm a Sierra Leonean American. We started a conference called the Sierra Leone Young Leaders Conference, yes, where I see many of the same faces, many of the same people, many of the same organizers, and we were just inspired at that time to bring young Sierra Leoneans together and to try to do something collectively for our community. And I've been going back to Sierra Leone ever since I was a kid, but when the war happened, of course, there was a time where we weren't able to go. But I always had a passion to go back home. I just knew that the stories that they were telling us in school, African booty scratcher, you black, wheat plants, you war, like all these different things, that wasn't a reflection of me. I knew that I needed to be a reflection of something different. And in 2001, I started going back on holiday. Fun, and it's fun at that time. You go to patties, you stay out, your parents aren't clocking you, it's freedom, and that's really fun for vacation. But later on in life, I decided to ask myself, what was the one thing I would do if I wasn't afraid? And if I wasn't afraid, it was to move back home and to really not just talk about it, to be about it. And 8 years ago, I moved back home to start an education program called Excel. And Excel is developing the next generation of change makers and leaders who are not only inspired, but in action to change Sierra Leone. So one thing I can say is I'm a value creator. Many of the panelists that spoke earlier were speaking my language about finding your career path. When you move to Sierra Leone and you're talented and you have education, you can do almost anything. And you can be pulled in many different directions. Oh, you start to talk English, come do this. If you start to do this, come do it. And you can be drawn. And you have to be able to know what it is that you want to do. When you're educated, you have many different avenues. But you have to stay steadfast to your true desires and your true passions. And sometimes you have to fail. And likely do that experience. And so I think that my experience has helped me in able to catapult my career and develop a career home.
So we have Ajara, and Ajara is, she believes in the model of, in order to know where you're going, you need to know where you're coming from. And I think that it's very important model to believe in about your life, because being lost is also a way of feeling. So, Ajara, your question today is, how important was it for you to keep your self-identity as you transition to Sierra Leone and start your home career?
Good afternoon, everyone. Excuse my voice.
Thank you for the question. Self-identity is important for anyone and everyone, not just for those planning on going back to Sierra Leone, but definitely for us who were born and raised here. If you don't know who you are, you won't know where you're going. Excuse me. For me, it was important to learn about my parents' upbringing, learn about the culture. For those of us who are first generation Sierra Leoneans, in my area, everyone knew that I was American. When you come into my house, you're in Africa. So I had a lot of that growing up. And I wanted to experience it at the time when Sierra Leone was becoming a new developed country. So for me, I moved back wanting to learn more about my culture, learn more about myself. I realized that there were things I did differently compared to other people that are also Sierra Leonean and other people that are African. So I wanted to know why was that. And for me, it helped me, it gave me the chance to connect with my communities back in Sierra Leone. I'm Frobe and Mende. So I have two Frobe Creole men. So I had the opportunity to just mix with people that were family, people that grew up, excuse me, people that grew up in ways that I didn't grow up. So that was very important for me to just get to know who I was outside of the American lifestyle there.
All right, so next, we have the compelling Raymond Miatta, AKA, have you broke the hell? That's what I always remember you by now. But Raymond spent 4.5 years in Sierra Leone, and his expertise in areas are in rights-based programming, strategic planning, resource mobilization and management. As a believer of institutional strengthening, Mr. Miatta served as an institutional development advisor for a number of years. And speaking with Raymond, I would have to say was my controversial guest. And the reason why I say that is Raymond, he was born in Sierra Leone and he came here like that. The number of challenges that he faced in order to establish his career in his profession gives a different perspective on how to handle approaching job employment and working with organizations. So this question for Mr. Miatta is the following. If there is one piece of advice you would give to someone who aspires to transition back home, what would it be?
Thank you very much. All the things you said about me, those were like my part-time jobs in Sierra Leone. My full-time job was that I was the Deputy Executive Secretary for the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone. What does that mean? It means I kind of work for the government, although we always rejected the notion of work for the government, we rather say we're a national human rights institutions. But that's important to say because it means I'll be bringing a perspective, a public sector perspective, whilst these people will be bringing the private things. They're the smart ones, they know how to run business. I don't know how to run a business. You know, I went to the American mentality. I got to fill that form and find the job. So, but you didn't ask me for that. You said that what advice would I give people? You know, I was messing with Fatma and my cousin Tom, and I told them the do's of going to Sierra Leone. You take out the S. The do is do not go to Sierra Leone. The don't is don't go to Sierra Leone. I'm just kidding. But no, but seriously speaking, it can tend to be that if you don't do a lot of re-engineering of your perception and trying to unpack the issues and not just going with the misconceptions. But they said advice. I say, first of all, most people that I say, go to Sierra Leone, woo, they are misleading you. I'll say, you proceed with cautious optimism. You have to be realistic. You know, I mean, there is a number of reality checks that if you did not talk to someone, so you guys have the luxury of coming to SLEN this year. I wish I had that luxury to come to SLEN. So don't think that SLEN is small. SLEN is huge because it's helping you critically and strategically. So proceed with caution. There needs to be cautious optimism. I also say obey the road signs. Obey the road signs. In America, you have roads that say 35 miles an hour, 55, etc. What happens is most diasporans go to Sierra Leone and drive 75 miles on a 35 miles an hour zone. You can't do that. Because if you do that, you'll get pulled over. But this time not by cops, by the system. The system will pull you over. And you know, Nasu here will tell you that. And I mean, I'm gonna put her in the spot. She's a very humble, shy person. Nasu is the president's gender expert, and we have wrestled with these things. Nasu just gave away her hands. And she's also a diasporan that went back. So, but that's the truth, though. You can't go to Sierra Leone with an American, a completely American mindset. And I am ashamed to say that because it portends that you are saying that Sierra Leone is not good enough. Far from saying that. But this is part of the reality check that I'm talking about. And I have the scars to show for it. Because I have a master's in organizational management and leadership. And you know, I went to Sierra Leone and wanted to use it as my lab. And they're like, dude, you must be crazy. No. You know, the Sierra Leonean lab, the country context, which I will now call a lab, challenge every concept, every theory, every simulation in organizational management and leadership that I ever learned. It almost felt like I wanted a reform for my master's degree. You know, seriously speaking. And you know, it's easier when you have the wherewithal to do your own startup. Because like these people, they have the luxury of hiring the caliber, the quality, the professional kinds of people that they want. I work for the government. I didn't have that luxury. The only luxury I had was I had a very huge title, Deputy Executive Secretary. And one thing I'll warn you against is do not take a job that makes you a deputy. Don't take a deputy position. I don't care deputy what. Because, I mean, you know, it sounds funny, but because only if your head boarded the same plane with you to Freetown, or maybe went to the same school, or worked with you at the same place in America. Why am I saying that? It's because you are professionally genetically programmed differently. You're professionally genetically programmed differently. And I hate repeating myself what I'm doing on this occasion because it is important to know that. You are here, you have understood systems, and I remember in a class I took, the time I actually dropped out of school at GW, where I was doing a master's in health services administration. Imagine, I so wanted to go to Sierra Leone that I did within half of the remaining 2 years. But in that class, I learned something. Yes, I learned that you need systems to work. So my professor, I think, he created our word systemness, you know, but it is a good created word. So when I went to Sierra Leone, systemness changed to adhocness. Everything was ad hoc. Everything was ad hoc. Everything was on plan. You know, in America, you have the luxury of having like your calendar, you know, with all the things there. On Wednesday, in October, you already know what you'll be doing at 10. And honestly, this is a typical work day in Sierra Leone. This is a typical work day in Sierra Leone. Okay, before we get to the typical work day, I went first and I did this thing called movement of personnel. What did that mean? I wanted to have a job board that tells you when you go out, when you come back from break, stop, and I send this memo. You know, they're like, oh, nice, nice. And some people actually ask me, when are you actually coming to Sierra Leone? You are yet to come. I'm like, I'm here. No, you are not here. But anyways, so the memo was nice, and they said, God, you can write English. You know, they'll comment the English, and completely, totally ignore the content, because I think what they're telling you without telling you is that you must be crazy. You must be crazy. And I had some people there that I was now supervising, because I think it was a good and bad thing, because I was the art director. And one of the people I was supposed to supervise was working with my dad at my guy while I was in primary school. And he was the director, but I had to supervise him on programming issues. Okay, so tell me about that, right? So but your typical work day will be like this. You come to the office, and you know, the lobby, you're going upstairs, and we'll discuss. There's this program on Saturdays. This guy, no, not Williams, the journalist, Sambayo, monologue. So we have to recast monologue the whole way. That takes you from maybe 8:30 to almost 10. Then, you know, then somebody has to, you know, ask you about, how did you do that? We have to do that for a little bit more, etc., etc. But so listen, and this is the thing, yeah. So you have gone driving at 65 with all these good things, all this. You know, America kind of proves us to try to do well. I don't care what you say. I mean, the systems function here. Maybe it's not as rewarded, but it functions. At least it works, right? And that's the thing. I would like to tell people going to Sierra Leone, it's not about affording your ticket. And just the things you take for granted mean a lot. To Sierra Leone. What passport will you take? The blue one or the green one? I know it makes no sense, right? It looks like mundane. It is critical. The blue one got me out of step. I have been in America almost 10 years before I left. I know people who go to sales. I see it on TV, MSNBC. I trust really, in my country. But this is what was sad about it. And I agreed to go to the cell because I wanted to make a statement. I mean, you only can go to the cell if you want to in that context, because the traffic police officer that pulled me over was clear about it. If you not peace, and people, it's like they are so good, they will know that you came from some other country, even if it's something Mende, it doesn't matter. They will figure you out. And he said, okay, but they speak English, because he will give me he will just lie some things. You know, the police will tell you, what is putting on the offense? Well, the offense, he tried it on. I mean, I'm just joking, but so they will just round up something. And I was lucky, I was in the company of a lawyer. So the guy gave my charge, and the lawyer said, "Padima, they know they own a prostitution." Well, that was when things moved from 0 to 100. So what was my crime? One, that I spoke sort of correct English. Two, I refused to give that bribe. And I said, I'm not going to pay this. I am going to stay in the cell as a protest. And boy, I stayed in that cell. I slept there. But this was what happened. I negotiated with the people. I had a modem and my laptop. I called for it and I said, can I just use this? What they didn't know was I was emailing my friend that works for the American Embassy at that time, Ibrahim Tommy, and my friend flagged it with the embassy, and the embassy sent 3 people to get me out. I told the LUC this. He said, "Are you not apologizing?" I said, "My friend, you are on drugs. You didn't get me out because you wanted to. You got me out. You know why you got me out? Because of America, my friend. And it is sad that I get out of jail in my country using America. These are some of the I call it the real, it's so confusing for me. That was my real reality check. Some of the challenges include, for instance, you know, we even diasporans expect to each other. So instead of but diasporans should, even like diasporans like us, when we go, instead of trying to expect to each other, we should support each other. And I think there is that where even diasporans try to outcompete each other instead of providing like a network of diasporans trying to help each other to succeed. I think some of those are the challenges. I really don't want to go into the political things. There are a lot of them, but I will refrain at this time.
So, in the spirit of your birthday dinners, we're going to make this question very easy, but we're going to actually open it up to not only the panelists, but to the audience as well. But as everybody knows, Janice is one of the co-founders of the SLEN. She served in the Peace Corps, and in her time in Sierra Leone, she was one of the program directors for Innovate. So the question for everybody, we'll start off with you, is what is the biggest misconception about transition?
Thank you, Barbara. I guess, you know, I would say the biggest misconception is that I'm Sierra Leonean, and that is the biggest misconception. Like thinking, oh, I'm from Sierra Leone, everything's gonna be okay, I can handle them, I can stay with them. No, set up everything that you need to do here so that when you get there, you're not left struggling, because even you follow them, that they will depend on you. They forget that you're not on vacation now, that you're there to live and work, and they're still gonna want money from you. They're still gonna expect that vacation mentality. So that's the first misconception, thinking I know what I'm going to need. I was very realistic with myself, probably because as a former Peace Corps volunteer here will tell you, I've been already in Africa, and really what's in Sierra Leone is not that different from other West African countries, I can tell you that. Because I lived more in Bidemi than I lived in Sierra Leone, and I tell you it's the same thing. So I knew what I was getting into. I knew that my typical work there, I would spend the whole day just making copies. And I call that a successful day because I got all those copies done and I was able to email my staff overseas. So you have to know what you're walking into, and you have to treat it as if like if you're moving from Maryland to California, you're gonna do your research, right? So do your research. Like you have to think the same way. Don't think I'm Sierra Leonean, I can talk the language. You know, my career is the worst, so I wasn't even thinking that they're gonna think I'm, you know, not me to JC. They knew right away I'm not, my career with Kargbo, I don't really speak Fula. I know I'm Fula Lima, but I don't really speak any of that. But that's what I think the major misconception is. If you're going to look at what's the cost of living, you have to ask people. You have many people around that you may not even know that have transitioned back, came back for whatever reason. Ebola hasn't here. So everybody had their reason. Ask them questions. What's the cost of living? Some people will say $1,000. Other people say $500. But if you're going to live in Freetown, if you're going to live in Bow, you have to ask these questions. And it also depends on your job. You know, he said it's easy for the entrepreneurs or the, you know, other people. I don't think it is, you know, at all. I would totally disagree on that. You can hire the right people. As someone who's experienced, when I went on the ground, Innovate Salon gave me 1 month to launch a lab. I had to hire 2 people. It's a struggle because what we consider as a job is that you go to an office, you sit on an AC, that's a job. What we were doing in Innovate Salon was you have to work. You come in, you got to work with those kids. And they just didn't understand the concept that, oh, I have to interact with these kids. I just can't shout at them. You know, those kinds of things. So, no, the first 2 staff members I had, in 2 months, I had to get 2 new staff members. So, I mean, David Finger is in the room. He will be able to tell you, he's the president of the organization I was working with. So I don't think anyone has it easy. If you do your research, yes, you'll be better prepared. But it's still going to be a challenge. Don't think because you're Sierra Leonean, don't think because you have family. It is. If you go, because I mean, nobody in a salon. Like, this is your first time stepping foot there. You don't have language, anything. So that's my advice.
Thank you. I think all of those are really, really good pieces of advice. I also think that you can't be here and say, I'm going to email and look for a job. No, I mean, it is very, very, very unlikely. 9 times out of 10, they've already chosen the person for the job in the country. So you can't sit here and say, yes, I'm going to search on the web and look for a job. No. If you want to come to Sierra Leone, you need to come. And the biggest thing that I'm going to say is that you need to come with commitment. You need to not just say, oh, I'm just going to go and test and see. Because if you test and see, you will go back. Okay, you will go back. And you have to go beyond passion. I think that I've had an opportunity to work as an entrepreneur, but to work in government offices as well. And I can't agree with Raymond more. You also have to know that you're coming, you have to adapt to your situation. So you know that this is frustrating for you, you know, but you have to adapt to it. If you don't adapt to it, you will come back home. And so having to balance that, really trying to keep the American part of you, but also authenticate the Sierra Leonean part of you, and you know, the cultural part of what's going on in offices as well. Another thing Raymond said is in terms of drinking the ale. I actually want to add on that. If you don't drink the ale, you will fail. It's very, very important to step back and to know who you are as a person. And also, yes, I think research is important, but you can't believe everything that everybody says. Do not believe the hype. Sierra Leone is a place, just think within our own community. Let's be very, very real. You know, homicide is very easy. You pass one thing, by the time the message comes from me and it goes to Janice, the message has totally been changed. And so you need to know that. And so you don't take that message from Janice and say, yes, well now Janice, I tell you this, and then you take it as carte blanche. No, you better go in there and realize it for yourself. I think that that's a very important thing. To add to what has already been said, huge misconception is that everyone that goes to Sierra Leone is going to get rich right away. So once you go to the thing, you'll be in great course. You can, some people do, but you have to know who you are. You asked earlier, what are your values? What are your ethics? There's a saying that you can go to Rome and do as the Romans do. No, you don't know what the Romans do, but go in there with your own values and your own ethics. so that you don't get caught up in the system. Because the way they do it, they've been doing it. That's not you. So I think this whole, salon, oh my, you go make money, you make it quick. It can be a reality, but you also have to work. And it's not easy, right? 90% of your day is on idleness, especially when you want to move at the 75% rate and everyone else is at the 25 or 35. So you have to step back, understand your environment and how you can move within that environment.
Hold on. Great day, anything. But before you say anything, Raymond, I wanted to jump in because we've been talking about misconceptions, big misconceptions. But let's address the importance of not only understanding the culture, but how we can work with the people to achieve it. You can go, Raymond.
So we move from misconception to attitude, right? So I think you go with the right answer, right? I mean, if you say my friend that is now at Cornell doing her PhD. So I am a Cornell graduate, PhD. I'm now here. Listen to me. I know the stuff. It won't work. Don't do that. So because we do that when we go and people say, you listen first. This is how it's done here. And you listen. Because when the lady that said, I'm going to Sierra Leone to start the college, I immediately got the trigger. What have you done? What's your niche? Who said they need a college? Where? How, you see? Because that's what's happening. And even development programmers, even the World Bank lady that said Sierra Leone is high risk, maybe Sierra Leone is not necessarily high risk. It's just that maybe even the development programming is not participatory sometimes. It doesn't take the country context issues sometimes. So I'll say work with the people in the sense that go with the listening ear and try to help them. You guide the process. You don't completely reconfigure the process because you will beat the rocks. Because it will surprise you to know that I am sick and tired of hearing this word, there is no capacity in Sierra Leone. Who said so? There is capacity in Sierra Leone. So first of all, understand this, that there is capacity in Sierra Leone. There are people in Sierra Leone that are equally, if not more, educated. They know more, and they have added the country context issues. They have deepened their knowledge by living in Sierra Leone. So sometimes it is you need to first know exactly what they need, and you need to not sanitize the system, like some of us attempted to do, and we got burnt, but to kind of like clean up the system in this. And I know Famada was be saying, this is not what we said on the phone. But I sat back and said, wait, I can come and beat up the system all day, or will I be helping people to shape their minds towards going? So instead of me giving all the horror stories, of saying, do not go, I mean, it's that bad, let me be objective and walk the fine line, be realistic, and also but try to deal with what's there. And I know somebody kept telling me, let me know when next time you go. I know somebody kept telling me that, thank you.
I want to actually open up this question to the floor as well, because I know we have some people who have also here, but was able to send people back home and to do that whole thing too. So, yes. Great.
Thank you very much. I am not Colombian from Sierra Leone. I want to hear my Ebola refugee. That's what I'm here. Raymond, I appreciate you. I do. I really sincerely do. I can sense what you felt. But the truth about it is that even amongst Sierra Leoneans, we have the impression that some people come from here, some, not all, when they get back home, have this community. We said, how did they do that? That's what they say. When you roll, you as a roll. That's why some of us, that instead of learning from the experiences of some of you get back, people are just learning from the experiences of Sierra Leone and getting richer, getting better out of the system. That's one thing. The other thing that I would like to say is that the whole question of misconception, even the international community itself, I think it's institutionalized. You see my gray hair, I am your fathers, many of you here, I'm your fathers. You know, I taught many of your fathers, so you are my grandchildren. But I tell you, I am here because the Sierra Leone that Raymond described is not the Sierra Leone that I know. I can't identify with it. That's why I'm here. We've been struggling for over 50 years to make people understand that the way things are happening is not normal. But what some of us who have had the opportunity of seeing both worlds have discovered is that instead of many of you coming from here, going back home and helping some of us who have been struggling to put some sense into those who are in charge, instead of helping us, it seems as if you get there and you want to help yourself. And honestly, I am confused. I get confused. That's why I'm so grateful to say that I'm Muslim. Because when I presented Bidemi on the education system, that was where I made this one and the other day and Janet. And I said to myself, if Sierra Leone has to change, one has to work with the younger people. In fact, when we worked, when we marched in 1996, we're going to say 20 years for the organization in the next 50 days. But when we marched at that time for peace, what we said was, if we want to make a difference, we've got to start from the pre-primary stage of the nurses. That's where we were. Those are some of the observations we made. Because what we have discovered over the years is that we have retrogressed from where we were. Some of us sit at the international level, we see the international community, we work with them, we say to them, some of us, that's not it. We can't have it this way. It's not it. We cannot change. We cannot change because when the international community itself comes into the country, instead of trying to help us, they just take us as we are, and they continue to get us into a pit. Because the program, that's one was struggling. The programs, the projects, and like that, honestly and truly, they would not dare to do some of them in other countries, so they didn't say. So I rest there. But I'm telling you this one, the best thing is for people themselves to go and visit. Not visit, taste the experience. Taste it like the ladies there are listening, and then you do your analysis for yourself. Thank you.
My understanding framework, he was trying to do the right thing, and the people were not ready to do it. He was abiding with the rules. You know, he had to do a job, was trying to do a job, and I don't think that he was wrong for being frustrated. He was not going to be my family.
maybe real quickly. I think what we want to focus really on are more so solutions on how to help people who want to move back home. I understand there are a lot of comments, and trust me, we could be here all day to talk about all the issues that Sierra Leone has. But I think what these families are here, what I hope for you to ask is, what is it can I do differently when I go back so my life can be really easier? I don't go through what you've already gone through.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Trevor Young. On that note, I do a number of projects in Sierra Leone, and the ones that have been highly successful for me has been the one I've worked directly with young people, where the young people actually been empowered to be in that leadership position, not being directed, but actually given the tools. And the ones that we've had the highest failures, whether it's like the volunteer Ebola or just business, has been with the adult population. Yeah. So my question is directly to Yeniva. Yeah. I know you work with young people. What advice would you give? You go back to Sierra to empower young people, because I know we have that mentality where we have to respect our elders, and we have to defer to our elders. But at the same time, if we know that most of our failures and our obstacles come with our elders, how do you balance working directly with young people and empowering them without being disrespectful to our elders?
Thank you. I think that's a very good question. For me, the future of Sierra Leone is with the young people. Because it's a different mentality and they're so open to hearing something new. This is a digital age, and so they are able to see that life is changing, and they want to see a new Sierra Leone as well. And you said a very key word is empowerment, and it's not handing out or giving out something. You're going to work for it. You need to earn it, and I'm going to show you how to earn your respect. And I'm going to show you what the rewards are for the respect as well. The Excel Education Project has 38 students in college and university. We have 12 college graduates, and I'm talking about, I brought young people from Sierra Leone to get their college education paid for here in the United States. And people told me, you can't do that. You can't do it. It's never going to happen. Do not listen to people. For me, I'm an eternal optimist. When people tell me no, I would go harder. In Sierra Leone, yeah, they want you to live in a box. I'm color inside the line. I'll live in a box. I have a vision and a passion, and it's pushing them. And I continue to work with young people. And some of the things is staying in your lane. You don't need to go outside of the different things. So when I want to have a beach festival, actually have a festival on the beach where we celebrated Sierra Leonean music and Sierra Leonean culture. And I'm talking about government, I'm talking about private, I'm talking about everyone told us no, but we still made it happen anyway. You go beyond. People want to see you challenge, and they want to see you fall in line with everything else. I think empowering the young people to show them that yes, we can get it done by being an example of what you plan to see. We talk about attitude, and you hear attitude no change. What is the example of that attitude? What does a good attitude look like? What does a civic Sierra Leonean, someone who is an example, where are the examples? For me, I have to be the example, and as long as we're bringing other people along and showing them example. Look at Nancy Eyebrow, look at what she's doing. Mentoring, shadowing, and giving them an opportunity to stretch their limits. I think a lot of the times our elders, trying to say, oh, no, don't do this, stop with this. No, you have to push the limits, push the things, and I think that's the way to change.
Thank you very much. Of course, Raymond had put me on the spot. My name is Nadia. I was a former women advisor to the former president of Sierra Leone. I am a women's rights advocate. I'm very passionate about that. I think one thing you need to really do is to ensure that you define your mission. My mission was to change the status of women in Sierra Leone, and I'm devoted, committed, and I'm very militant about that. And one way I did that was to actually hit at the height of government, because with everything else you're saying, if you don't partner well with the government of Sierra Leone, you're going to stumble your way. It doesn't matter how much money you have. So you have to be very strategic, do your homework, and indeed work with the people. I didn't leave the UK, or I lived both in the US and the UK. I worked for the UK government, blah, blah, blah. I went home and had a beauty salon, and I have most of my former clients here. And after that, I worked for the United Nations, and while I was at the United Nations, the government requested my services. I don't belong to any political party. I don't wish to belong to one, not at this point. But I made sure that what my mission was had to be achieved. Working in collaboration with, former Minister of Gender in our country, you need to be able to know the people that move those bags. And you need to be strategic. You don't need to be afraid. Yes, you have to have the air. I think I got that when I opened my very beautiful salon, and then in like a week, I was told, we can't do anything, you will go mind that. You spend like $100,000 and your business is going to suffer without notice. So there are so many of these things, but I have just left the job in 21st of May. And a lot of people said, oh, they don't sack me because they bitch and they talk to Canada. I don't know. I wasn't sacked, my contract ended, and it is beautiful that I served the presidency and the presidency of Sierra Leone for 3 years, advising him on gender issues. And today we can talk about gender equality in so many areas, how we're progressing, because we hit the nerve center of the government. So you need to really define your issue. You cannot just get up and go working because mass alone. You need to know what you're going to do. You need to be able to fight with the people the way they fight. And the fight is rough. And you don't have to say because you're a woman or you're a man. I think when you get to a certain level in Sierra Leone, they don't want to look at whether you're a man or a woman. You are fighting for what you believe in. And you're going to have like 10 million people, we're not 10 million, 10,000 people trying to fight you for one thing. Being good at what you're doing can be a disadvantage for a lot of people. So if you go there and you want to really show what you can, you have to be very humble in your delivery. You have to know what you're there for, because you cannot change what is happening unless people really believe truly in what you are trying to deliver. You cannot project and talk over people. Try to understand the context, it's important, and ensure that your message gets through. If you mean well, you're going to do well. I believe in Sierra Leone. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be there and live with us. And I am going back home. There is a lot you can achieve in Sierra Leone. We know it's difficult, but we shouldn't be discouraged. We're all there. We can make the networks for you. We know the keys to starting doors, and we can keep those doors, and they do come down.
Thank you very much. We're just going to have one comment from Ajara, and then we have 10 minutes. So I do thank everybody for your feedback. I'm sorry we have to list the question, but just one last comment. Sorry.
Just quickly before we disperse, one of the things that Sierra Leoneans really need to think of, I know a lot of us are already thinking and talking about it, innovation. Sierra Leone is a emerging market still. There's so many areas that we're not tapping into. And for us that are in these spaces, you can go back and do anything you want to do in Sierra Leone. You have to be focused and be innovative in what you're doing. All right. You master something and not everything. You master something and not everything. If you're a master of everything, you'll go nowhere. Yes, like you said, we are, those of us who are educated in America, you can do almost anything we want to do, but in Sierra Leone, you have to be focused on what you want to do. So, I think they want to go forward. Sorry.
If you do want to speak to any one of these panelists, I believe they will be here all throughout the conference. So I just want to emphasize that as well. You can pull them aside and ask them any questions. And what we're trying to do with SLEN is to keep the connection and keep the network. So we are a very open group of panelists. So if you want to connect with any of the panelists here, just reach out to SLEN and we'll be able to connect you with whatever you have to head out. So I just wanted to emphasize that before we move on. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you. I think this was a wonderful blessing personally for me to have been able to share moments with you guys and learn about what you've done in Sierra Leone, what you've done in your personal lives. And I appreciate everything that you said today. I know you put in, and I know you're trying to go back. And I just pray that God puts you guys back safely, that I see all the positive things that you want to achieve. So thank you all, okay?
Amen. Okay, thank you, Famata. Okay, panelists, don't go anywhere because we're going to present you with, okay. Okay, so we're going to present the panelists, our lovely panelists, with the awards.
Okay, our first one goes to our moderator, who is holding her gift.
Next.
The next one goes to Raymond. Thank you very much, Raymond, for your time and your service. Contributing your Okay, the next one goes to Miss Ajara Bomah. Thank you very, 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 very much for having me. Really appreciate it. Goes to Miss Yeniva, Sisay, so bad. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you so much for spending all the way in some of this year. We truly, truly appreciate you for that. It makes the biggest difference to have individuals like yourself who are willing to do take such a big stand for our country. So thank you.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you to yeah, it's been 5 years since I've been home. When I say committed, I'm really committed. And when I was asked to be on this panel, I could have Skyped in, and that's really important. But I thought that this was an important time, especially after the Ebola crisis in our country, for us to really be able to engage and have authentic conversation. And you guys need to keep on going. This is so important. I'm really, really proud of you guys. And I just hope that you guys continue to connect with people here in Sierra Leone, but also be the bridge to the pathway at home as well. So thank you. And of course, last but not least.
Last but not least, thank you to our wonderful co-founder / panelist, Ms. Janice Williams. We always value your service.
Okay, so as it says on the program, we will be going into our breakout sessions. Okay, so Dr. Stevens here, she will be letting us know more about that.
Yes, hello, thank you all so much for coming. We have really appreciated and valued your attendance here. And again, just a final thank you to our panelists. You have really made this conference very valuable. One of our biggest goals in SLEN is to capture what we're hearing here and be an avenue for promotion of these various projects and stuff going on. With that being said, in April, I believe, we had a mixture called Let's Talk Salon. And essentially what we did is we broke up into groups and we talked about the various sectors in Salon that are impacted, whether negatively or positively, and what could you as an individual do to help the sector, or also what advancements are you aware of that's worked for other countries, things like that, that you think we could facilitate in Salon. We have 5 that we would like to expand on today for our breakout session. Specifically, the first one, as always, you can't go anywhere without education, so education would be one of them. Another one is healthcare, because if you're not healthy, you're not going to be doing anything at all. I'm just kidding, but seriously though. And then, of course, energy and infrastructure being something of importance as well. And then, as part of SLEN and as we grow, one of the biggest things that we would like to do is have something that's called the SLEN internship model. There are a lot of young individuals who have a lot of potential, and we want to be able to capture that. And so we are very much interested in creating an internship model where we can provide and facilitate internships for individuals who would like to go back to Salon and do an internship, or somebody who's in Salon who would like to come here and do an internship. Someone who's already here living in the United States who's interested in an internship. So Desmond Ellis, our co-founder, will be leading that breakout session, and he'll just be providing you information on the model. And then, of course, our last year's keynote speaker, Mr. David Senge, raise your hand up, right? He definitely had a phenomenal speech about your moonshine, and that is something that we definitely. I'm not an alcoholic, I promise.
Moonshine.
Okay, I'm not good with the mic. He will be talking about advanced research and innovation in Salon. Is it possible? What avenues are out there? What are already being done? David, would you like to take 2 seconds to talk a little bit more, or did I do a good job? I did, awesome. So if y'all are interested in that topic, David will be right over there. Co-founders, executive committee members, if y'all can just hand out these forms, and we will stay with, well, I mean, y'all are more than welcome to venture out there. There's not a lot of space, so we will be staying within this room, and different topics will be held in different areas.
So move around. Once these are posted up, then you know where to go. Okay?
All right, so for everybody interested in talking about education, Jen will be leading that. And Desmond will be leading the SLEN internship model.
It's David with this.
And then David will have the advanced research. So again, if you're interested in discussing the topic of advanced research. Myself over here, I'll be leading the energy and infrastructure conversation. So for all my engineers, for all my power folks, for all my infrastructure folks, my architects.
Where's healthcare?
And then Dr. Stevens will be leading the healthcare folks.
Healthcare is in the back. Education up in the front.
Each of y'all were provided with an index card. Specifically on that index card, that is where you can write your thoughts and things that you captured, and we will collect that and we will present it in our conference report. So your ideas will be captured, so make sure you write it on the index card. Did everyone hear me? Write on the index card. Also, something that was brought up earlier and kind of that's been the theme. Excuse me. Y'all pay attention to me 1 more second.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still giving out the instructions for the breakout.
Just one more. So write out your ideas on the index card. And also, if you know of any Sierra Leonean organizations that are doing big things like we talked about today, please write it on that index card. And if you have a contact information, we'll be creating a list for Sierra Leonean organizations.
Okay, so education at the front. In the back is where we have healthcare. Towards the exit is energy and infrastructure. Right over here next to me is the SLEN internship model. And in the middle over there is advanced research with David. So please find wherever it is that you need to go to so we can have a productive breakout session. you're indecisive, you can stay at one and then move to another if you need to, if you're indecisive. But you need to make a decision, chop chop. This session will only last 30 minutes, so please find your breakout session group. Find it. Find it. You three. Hello. Move. Let's go. Find out. Find out where you go. You will know me later. Minutes. Let's find our place. Mariana, why not qualify this place? Go pay this place, see, I think.
I know that when you say oh, I'm sorry. What I was saying was that I think team can't necessarily make it clear on the ground, or at least communication on the ground. Oh, they need, I don't know, this fitness and there's barriers or something like that. So, but a lot of that stuff has to be done on the ground. So many of them you know, make this suggestion cases, but it's really not that simple. You can to connect with them, try to do it. What organizations? Are they okay, what specifically do they So from being that there are various my next question is, there's a variety of considerations. We all know this thing. How many people are there? So where actually the public community and their value movement. Shifting the IT specialists within the healthcare field is something I definitely don't care much for computers or participating. But it's something of value, it's something of need. And so if you were to capture what is the biggest need, of course we can always say this, but there's we can always say there are other more other roles out there that are needed that I don't think is serious. I don't think our country sees what recommendations we can give them different needs that maybe Americans captured here that's a little bit.
And also educate your folks to know how to rent how to maintain that. Those things are lacking. And it's a big problem. There's been a lot of services and that I think just change their lifestyle, understand, you know, their basic things that they need to get started.
Can go on and on and on and on. NGOs, they always know. Not all of them go do an intervention. Did it work? Did it not work? Like we don't even know kind of thing. Just custodian I think it's pretty good. We didn't really know the needs and need to address what the gap was, what the areas of the faces other people when they're doing interventions. Programs see like all the time. I want to know, kind of how was it received? What was there must have been some barriers. You didn't do everything perfectly, but I think a lot of the times it's also okay, like donate medical supply, we just you know what I mean, and you know what I mean. That's what
my own profession. But one of the things that I think we need to, as healthcare professionals, everybody that comes in, so that's one of the things that we need to do. So that's just one of the stuff that I think that's my profession. There's a lot more.
Not only
Sorry, I do support. Yeah, actually, yeah. The reason I started this program, it's like it's the only problem was because how we really that's the one thing I think you really get the right? How you right because you really and that's where
I would like to just add, sorry, I would just like to add because I worked in the healthcare system, healthcare industry in Sierra Leone for almost 4 years. I worked for Mariatu, which is international, which is an NGO who dealt with the concept of marriage stones, which is like the UK-based organization. But basically, it's like a Planned Parenthood international. So during my work there, I feel like there's an underlying mistrust of the healthcare system, and that doesn't even exist. I mean, we have to repair that first. You can put all these things in place, but you do not trust the healthcare system, the hospital, the doctors. They do not trust that. They trust that mommy we don't do all the baby, not in days or whatever, and that's the truth. So I know with our organization, what we did is a lot of training to those mommy days. So we actually had training for the community-based and grassroots-based. We call them traditional birth attendants. We also had the TPAs, and we also had community-based mobilizers. So these people are people in rural areas and even in urban areas who are kind of like the gatekeepers of healthcare. I mean, the doctors are not. That's the bottom line. So we can put more doctors there, we can put more hospitals there. But if the community, the bulk of Sierra Leoneans, we're not talking about people who look like us and come from where we come from, who understand and value healthcare systems, they do not value. And that requires a certain level of behavior change that doesn't happen overnight. So how do we put, it's a lot more marketing, it's a lot more behavior change, it's a lot more training these people who are already have their trust and giving them the tools. Whether it's just universal precautions and health, like wearing gloves and washing hands, and that's where we started. You know what I'm saying? So universal precautions and all those things. I'm just saying, putting that out there. We're talking a lot on other levels. I'm thinking about the everyday service. That's what I'm thinking about.
And I've always been oh, that's gonna be that easy? No, we just have these ideas. A lot of us just focus on just like that. And I think we're seeing that really good role. People you're having these people go in with great intentions, great mindset, but people don't even understand. They don't understand. And so the way we're bringing although yes, it's a very good, sometimes communication is not just the work of the also that people are running away from the healthcare facilities instead of running towards it when they know that they have all the symptoms.
instead of going out whoosh, like for real. And then people are coming up days later who are half dead already, because they're running in the opposite direction because of their stress. That's just what it is. We have to find a way to have, to deal with that, and try to.
Yes, I was going to say, I would agree with like you said. I actually did research in Rwanda where we're actually teaching locals and advisors on how to put in babies. And Rwanda has seen mortality, yeah, exactly. And if you look at the internet, the millennial goals have actually achieved. Like Rwanda is the first to achieve that, where performing doctors and going, and they were actually teaching local child attendance, precautions, and teaching moms on childbirth at home, and they choose to going to the hospital, and that has shown a significant difference in the healthcare system. And it's improving in that regard. So you teach these people it's like when the traditional, modern medicine, going to the hospital, if you give them the tools, you can see the difference.
And they can also refer.
Exactly.
Obviously, that's the whole process.
Exactly.
You're teaching them how to refer.
Exactly. If it's something they can't solve, they can. Exactly. Yes. But I think the biggest as an organization is that a lot when I ask about organizations, because we don't feel sometimes we just don't know what to do. Like, when I speak of, and Shalala is too. So, we speak of things that I think this because to find better. So what the last question is what how can
we also manage everything. Everything. Trying to bring both together, see what we do. I do this together, and we can, take that we can be involved with that knowledge, and use that, and work with that. That's just a quick summary of the tonight. But we can do right now. Trying to see I want to make this more subject matter. So put it together. We have a website. We want to use that on one website. So I believe, that's what this whole thing is about. So, yes, go ahead.
Talking about speaking
We go to stages today, all the but just when you put a job, they can talk me. Also, they can why we come here. Yeah, of course. Yes.
And I've been noticing that like excessive work with everyone on one day, like nonprofits. You know what I mean? Like there's so many, I'm not really sure. It comes to a point where I've learned that if I want to do something, I don't necessarily have to start a profit. I mean, there are people doing stuff and you can partner with them to do it, because then it sometimes becomes education services sometimes. I remember once in a lab, 3 organizations wanted to renovate it. And they have a storm, and no one knew who was doing what, and things like that. So again, this goes to what I was saying about all these organizations, but within the confidence, it's private organizations that want to partner with people on that, like for example, you're partner with doing stuff, to tackle yourself on some project that are already existing, and having to service that you don't even know which ones are going to go up. Yeah. They have certain rules that so anybody who wants to start, well, you know what travel is? People are not doing that. They just say, I get no conference, I get a project, and they just, well, I don't necessarily register, but what I mean is probably just going there and just doing intervention. They're not necessarily registered. A lot of these nonprofits are not registered for racism. A lot of them are not just intervention, which is why they can be tracked and they're
Hi, everybody. We have a little more than 5 minutes left in your group. So get your, conclusions and wrap-ups and lists together, because we're going to be coming back.
I think the thing is like, again, it's probably like education stuff. Like you should say about ladies that know people look for and stuff. I mean, they have to wait. Some of those who are things that they do, it works. Like it works. Exactly, it works. Sometimes it works better, but if you go to what you have to, like she was saying, if you go to those people, like kind of sit there and learn from them, and then your knowledge that you bring, your westernized knowledge that you bring, kind of share with them, and then you two learn something. Yeah. But the thing that she was saying is that there are those self-giving that are there, but she's saying that they're not going to them that much. So if you have, and if you do go to them, the ones that are there, they're very expensive. You're not going, the best doctors, you regular Sierra Leonean walking around with the street, you have to have families in America or somewhere to send you the money.
Someone said trust. And things should not be trust right?
Well, we gotta also
trust with the healthcare system is not there. With the local healthcare community. So, but we do have people there that they do everything to save people's health. And I'm going to tell you this, I work for the government, I work in the environment, and now during this bonus, some people from the that I work with, they went to Liberians, you know, Americans come from Liberia. But one of them left and went to Sierra Leone. And actually they were treating healthcare workers. They were focused on healthcare workers. Of course, you couldn't get sick or come back. So those are people who were focused on more. But one why they would take, you know, medical equipment, take it to these hospitals or these clinics, and then try to, you know, train healthcare workers. So one of the things they were really, that's where they was like really confused simple medical equipment. They would take it there, they would give us that, they don't know how to do that. So they would have to go, but they would see the passion of these people that want to do it and then help the people. So, you know, they would catch up quick. So really when they were doing the presentation, I was the only African lady on the screen and everybody was looking at me. I'm like, yeah, you're right, people are right, you know? So but yeah, you should know that there are harsh
They're like very smart educators, but they're like they're not educators are the knowledge that they know, but they're very smart. If you teach them, they would absorb it and become more relevant.
That's where I want
So I feel like there's some doctors there in Sierra Leone that they're doctors there in Sierra Leone. I'm not down and I haven't lived in Sierra Leone, so I don't know specifically. I don't have to present to you. But I do think that the skill level of the medical doctors, the nurses are not up to par. And I'm not like, that's why I'm saying if you go there and see where their skills level is, and again, go back to education. So you have the courses here, you have people here that can go there, see where their educational level is, and then learn from them, because I don't believe in going to my goals or anything. So see where they are and see where you can go and try to find a match.
Yes, out there. So, as soon as I think those activities, because when it's so how can you say it's here? How you just
How do you know what you want to go back?
I mean, you will follow it. So what I'm saying is that if we have all these foreigners,
my dear SLENers, we only have 2 minutes left in your breakout session group. So please wrap up within your groups and say your final thoughts so we can come back together and reconvene the conference. Okay, time to wrap up. So this part will conclude our breakout sessions. I know we're getting into it. I can feel the passion. I can feel it. I can feel it. I have things to say too. But we're on the clock and we need to come back. So can we please find our seats? Thank you. Beautiful people. Let's strut our way back to our seats. Please move your chairs back if you did move chairs so that people can have a clear walking path. We don't want anyone to trip and fall. because we're too sexy for that. So can we please clear the pathways, move your chairs back to where they need to be, and find your seats. Yes. I wish I had music for you guys. And speaking of dancing, don't forget to purchase your ticket to the official SLEN after party at Bliss. You can find your tickets. You can find the link on the SLEN Facebook page to purchase your ticket. This should be like roughly around $20. No big deal. We're professionals. But tonight we'll be professional enjoyers. Okay? Professional enjoyers. So now try that one ticket. Before that, for I try buy these tickets. For these parties. Please, let's make our way back. We're almost to the finish line. You can speak at the end. Gentlemen in the corner, people in the back, everyone talking, shaking hands. Let's have a seat. It is almost over. Okay. How are we feeling, everybody? Are we feeling inspired? I need more enthusiasm, like this is too much. Are we feeling inspired? Yes. Only the right side of the room feels inspired. Are we feeling inspired? Left side. Okay. In the back, are we feeling inspired? All right. On the right, are you feeling inspired? 2 people. Okay, great. Well, I am. Okay, so this has been a great day. What we're going to do now is we're going to go right into the SLEN informational session, which is basically to wrap everything up and have closing remarks and all of these things, which will be led by our dear Janice, and she will do this. I'm going to pass the mic.
Thank you, everybody. We hope that you've had a great conference, and what we like to do at the end of every single conference is to actually provide an opportunity for SLEN members to give us feedback. So we'll be presenting what we do as SLEN, our vision, our mission, work we've done in the past, and the programs that we run. And then you will have time to fire questions. Last year we got a lot of heated questions. Hopefully we're more prepared this time to, say what we're about. So I'm going to invite my 2 co-founders, Desmond Ellis and Shefumi Lenton Davis. And we just wanted to basically give, it's 2 years, what our vision, our mission was, and what we hope to do in the future. And then we'll be passing it on to our next other executives.
Hey, I hope you guys had a good time so far. You guys had a good time, right? Okay, hopefully no one's sitting on me. So, SLEN, what our visions are and where. So, when we started this 2 years ago, we wanted to do what one of the panelists mentioned. Want to align some of our visions. Want to align some of things that we all do to to create this atmosphere where people can share resources and network and share ideas. These, all 3 of us, is an example of that. When we met about 2 years ago, we had specific things we want to target. I think I want to target networking and Janice was into mentoring, and this was into, education and everything else. But all three of us came together and said, look, let's don't go three different ways. Let's come together and let's form the SLEN, the Sierra Leonean Empowerment Network, whereas it's a conglomerate of initiatives. Different things, but the same goal, which is so much alike. Instead of going on a different pathway, run together and say, let's work together. And bam, there you go, SLEN. That's how SLEN really came on board. And that's what we are about, that's a vision. Aligning these priorities, similar priorities, to in one vehicle to work together.
Well, that's exactly what Lansing said is how SLEN got started. And in addition to the education piece, one thing that's very important to me is professional development, and as well as getting to know all the Sierra Leoneans who are out there doing great things. I believe networking is very important, and professional development is also very important. The other thing that I focus on within SLEN that I want to see SLEN do is contribute to capacity building. I believe that we have great Sierra Leoneans out there who are competent professionals who can handle different industries. Well, what can we do to have those individuals come together and focus on developing a sector in the country? They don't, contrary to many, a lot of people believe that you have to be in fixed out to get things going. I struggle with that. I feel like you don't have to necessarily be in fixed out to get things going. You can be wherever you are, as long as you have a group of people, you guys are willing to collaborate and work on a common goal. I think you can get a lot done. When I started thinking about my idea 5 years ago, I didn't know Janice, and I used Lenton, but not really close. And there's a lady here who I mentioned my idea to, the guy. She took me from Lunge to Freetown because that was my first time going back. 11 years and I had no idea what I was doing. But fast forward 2 years after we met, I got to meet Lenton and Janice, and we shared our ideas, and we decided to start SLEN. Well, that's 3 years. 3 years later, I met Lenton and Janice, and we decided to start SLEN. And 2 years after that, and Nadia is here at the SLEN conference that we spoke about 5 years ago.
Thank you. As Lenton said, one of my passions is mentorship. I'm not somebody that hides my accomplishments. Yes, I don't brag or whatever, but I like to tell people what I'm doing and then seeing how I can help people. And part of what at SLEN we're trying to do is career mentorship. And we have 2 of our career mentorship coordinators, Shadada Bunmansare and Fatmata Sisay, and they'll give you an overview of what we're doing in the mentorship program and what we hope to do in the future.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Again, like they've all said, thank you very much for joining us. I, like some of you, was here last year. I attended the conference and I was really impressed with all they did last year. And I reached out to them and told them that I wanted to be a part of it. From talking to Janice and everything, they felt that I would be most useful with the mentorship program. So myself and
myself and Shadada have been working together in order to, I guess, take the career mentorship program into the next level, per se. When I was asked to be part of the committee, I had no idea on how it was going to help. All I knew was that I wanted to do something. So basically, from working with the team, I felt that we've basically been focusing so much on the traditional professions that are out there that we're forgetting about some of the non-traditional professions. So the goal and the vision for the future for SLEN on our level is to expose those non-traditional professions and bring them into the SLEN network and share those experiences. Because not everybody is going to be an accountant. Not everybody is going to be a doctor. We do have athletic professionals. We have football athletes. We have basketball athletes who are Sierra Leoneans. And I mean, the sky's the limit. We are in America. This is a land of opportunity. I would love to see, like my cousin who plays football, to become one of the mentors for kids who are in college or for high school students. If it's just to talk to check in on them, just to expose them. So that's where we're trying to go. But one of the accomplishments we've done this year, we had our SLEN outdoors event back in June. From Yeniva that we glad to join this, but we play football. So we combined that and had a network opportunity. That's where just members play soccer. We had some people who came to play soccer to talk about what they did. It was a wonderful event. And in the future, we want to do just a variety of events that incorporate the different industries. Thank you.
Let me add something quick, sorry. We do the mentorship, just a little, we have I'll give you an email if you guys want to write it down, or if you go to the SLEN website, but it's at mentors@slen.org. And if you are interested in being a mentor or being a mentee, please send us an email. And what we do is you have to fill out an application, and then we have different rules and guidelines, and we match you according to your career with someone else in your career field, and kind of work it out and connect you to the two people together, so that I guess mentors help mentees to get to even if it's a beginning phase of their career, or like she said, to get you up if you're already in the career level to go to your next level. So check us at SLEN. Let me say it again. The ones that didn't get it. Okay, mentors@slen.org. SLEN.org.
So, Janice mentioned earlier that last year we got a lot of heated questions, and I want to thank you guys for that. They was the one who asked the heated questions. So just be careful if you ask the question this week, you might be standing up for the next week.
We're going to have Dr. J.C. Stevens, our other executive. She's going to tell you about some of the things we've done since the last SLEN conference.
Hi again, I promise I will not mess up any words this time around. I just basically wanted to give a recap of what we have done this past year. Last year, there were ideas presented at the SLEN Jam session that we wanted to capture. Two things specifically that I will touch on was the Coming to America discussion forum and the SLEN student launching event. At our last year's SLEN Jam session, we asked what could we as an organization do? And we took a lot of that stuff and we tried to capture it. But no, as always, we're a small team, so we try to capture the most that we can, just to make sure that we're serving our community, which is definitely always the need as our service. The first event was the Coming to America discussion forum that was in November. So the conference last year was in September. We took a month off to recuperate, and we started our first event, which was the Coming to America discussion forum. We didn't really get to capture good photos at that event. So there was about 20 individuals there, and essentially what we did was we broke individuals up into 4 groups, where it was, if you were just a student, like in high school, going from high school in Sutherland to high school in America, what resources would you be in need of? Where would you need to go? Who would you need to talk to? Or if you were a college student transitioning from Salon, like you had already finished high school in Salon, like what are the steps to get into college here in the United States? Followed by new professionals transitioning from Salon to here, and then experienced professionals transitioning from Salon to here. We basically, at the forum, we had individuals tell their ideas, specifically not just ideas, but their experience, what barriers they face and things of that nature, and how do they go about handling them. And so we captured that, and we've actually created a committee that's being headed by Desmond. And one of our biggest end goals is we want to provide a resource handout for individuals to have in Salon. So again, when I say in Salon, it's going to most likely be very vague because there's multiple ways of different individuals wanting to come to America from Salon. We just want to say these are the basics. Like, if you are going to be coming here for school, make sure you have a course description of your classes. Make sure they have been, make sure you go back to the schools and make sure it's thoroughly looked through and make sure the classes are credible, because that makes the biggest difference. So things of that nature. If anyone is interested in the Coming to America initiative, you can either talk to Desmond personally or you can email us at info@SLEN.org. The next thing that we did was SLEN students. Another thing that was stated was students matter. They are the future, so we have to find a way of reaching out to them. We tried something that was rather different, and I'm going to say, I don't know, some people on the team did not like it very much, but I loved it. We went out into the community and we basically posted flyers about our event that was going to be happening, and specifically went to areas where parents would be. Parents would be at the grocery stores. If you all are from the area, we went to Kutong Market. We went to a lot of, that is what it's called, right? Yes. Okay, Big Market International. We went to a couple of those. We basically posted the flyers. We had a financial aid expert by the name of Marie Bangura. She's the one in the striped scarf. And she was actually at the SLEN conference last year, and she stated that she would help with this initiative. And so we have started. Now, are we progressing? It's slow because I'm not gonna lie, and they'll probably get mad at me for saying this, but those 5 people in the picture were the only ones there at the event. We are trying to find ways to capture the parents because we know they need the help. We know that our parents don't always understand the systems as much as these Americans' parents who are born here, who live here, who went to school here. So we are working on capturing them. We will be making brochures and things of that nature, but that's also where y'all can help us as well. Like, tell us where we can go. We've been given ideas of going to churches, things of that nature, but Mr. Thomas Kaikai is the one that's heading the SLEN Students Initiative. So if y'all have any ideas, if you're interested in the initiative, please talk to him or email us at students, students, @SLEN.org. Okay? I'm going to end, so I promise. In January, we had the personal branding mixer. Essentially, the goal of that was we were going to do a professional development series, and essentially we asked the members of SLEN, like, what do you value as a professional? What do you wish you knew more about? So we had guest speakers come in, and they basically stated, Ms. Joy Spencer, sitting right over there on her phone and not paying attention to me, was one of the speakers at the event, and she did a phenomenal job about how she's utilized personal branding for her professional growth, and it was very beautiful to see. Joy was there, Maimuna Barnett, Salida Kamara, and Andreina Sawyer were our 4 speakers. They did a phenomenal job. I specifically put this picture up because a lovely individual who's not here today, Joe, basically came to our event. It was his first SLEN event, and he brought us this this banner. So we essentially were working on our branding too, so that was really good. The next one was the elevator pitch. Strategies to effectively market yourself. So we continued with the professional development series, having individuals, basically, what is the best elevator pitch? How do you go about giving it? How do you talk without boring your audience, but yet still getting your point across? So that one was a really good one that we did as a professional development series. The third one for the month was, for the year, was top performer. We had individuals who are experts in their field, and basically asked them, how did you do to get where you were today? And these were our speakers that we had. They were very phenomenal. They're very much high ranking in their occupation, and so it's great to hear their insight. This was something that was very phenomenal in the sense that Ms. Joy Spencer, again, is one of the individuals leading the study, and they basically reached out to SLEN and asked us if we could capture individuals in the DMV area who would be interested in the study that they were doing. Are any of the members who participated in the study here in the audience? Raise your hand. Okay, so we had quite a few who participated in the study who were able, and SLEN provided an outlet for them to have individuals. So thank you very much, Joy, for including us in that. The next one that we did was Let's Talk Salon. This is the mixture I was talking about earlier, where we basically broke up into breakout groups, just like we did today, and talked about what's going on in the salon, what we can do to help, and we captured that. So that was that one. And then another thing is we were trying to branch out, but it's a slow process that takes time. We had 2 regional mixers this year. We had one that was in New York, and so the ladies that led that, Ms. Pollyann Pratt, Leanne Riss, a few others, Sylvette, are in the area. Thank you all very much for your service and your willingness to deal with our crazy selves. And, just supporting the organization as a whole. And then also Mohammed Kamara, I don't see him anymore, but he led the mixer in Atlanta. So there he is with the group of individuals that I attended. And so that was very good because Desmond was able to make New York, but none of us were present at Mohammed's event, and he led it all by himself, and he did a really, really good job. The last one was the one that Fatmata was talking about. We wanted to promote career mentorship, and we want to continue to promote career mentorship within the community, both traditional and non-traditional. And so this was us outdoors. So we basically had a cookout outdoors, and it was really fun. Definitely got to see old grandpas playing. I'm just kidding. Very young, I promise. But it was funny to watch them playing sports because I never thought they could ever kick a ball or anything. So. But yeah, I'm sorry, that was a lot. But essentially, in conclusion, what I'm trying to say is we want y'all to give us ideas, but we also want y'all to help us because there's a lot that can be done for our country. And SLEN would like to help, but we need your guidance, we need your support, we need your continued effort and growth within the organization. And I'm done.
Okay, we're gonna move it along quickly. Tom is going to lead us into the Q&A.
All right, so very quickly, as you all have heard, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and this is kind of a yearly event where the hope is not to only see you again next year at the next conference, but in between, again, not only see you at the mixers, but actually be engaged. As you can tell, last year there was 6 of us that stood in front of you as executives. This year we can officially say it's 8 of us standing here, and next year, if we could double that, that would be beautiful, right? So we don't want to just share all the welcome on, a few. We actually want everybody to be involved. It's everybody's organization. Before I get into the Q&A, very quickly, the SLEN students we talked about, the goal really is to be sure that, again, it's a vision, it's a big vision. A year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, I want a Sierra Leonean student, and I'm saying Sierra Leonean because naturally, that's who we want to really attract, to be able to reach out to any one of us, whether it's for mentorship, whether it's for guidance, trying to get through college applications or go make college visits on tours or financial aid. I want them to be able to pick up a phone and call myself or Desmond, and I can say, you want to go to this college? I know the right person for you. Let me link you up with that person. And then by the time you know it, I'll help develop a mentor-mentee relationship. And whoever that student is has a guide now to basically lead them through the college application process, talk about whatever careers that it is that they aspire to do. A lot of times I know when I started, I always knew I was good at my hands. I never knew that meant that I wanted to become an engineer. But it took me speaking with people and seeing what they were doing before I realized that that's what that really meant. And I was able to actually go through it. I had very good help in the process of that. But again, not everybody out there is as lucky as I am. And that's what we want to be able to reach out to and bridge that gap. And not only for the students, really for the parents as well. There's a lot of parents. I had a parent call me up and say, oh, my student just got the highest mark at SATs. And I remember I had to stop her for a second. I say, excuse me, like highest mark, even like a perfect score? She was like, oh, man, I don't know, but I say it. Right? And so you can imagine how lost the parent was, not even realizing how critical it was having such a smart student, a very aspiring, hardworking student, getting a perfect score on the SAT. I'm not going to tell you what my SAT scores were, but I had to take it twice. Let's just put it that way. Thank God it worked out well. I'm standing here for you today. I'm not still trying to take it again. But we don't want that. What happened on that phone between that parent and I is what we're trying to prevent, right? So if you are that lost where you don't know what the next step is, you don't know what it means for your student to get 1,600 on the SATs, pick up a phone, call SLEN, right? And so that's really the vision, and we hope to, again, use your help, not only come up with ideas, because clearly, you know, Dicey mentioned I'm leading that. We're not doing too well. I don't know what that says about me. I know. That's where you come in, Margaret, and that's where you come in, Yeniva, because I need help, right? I can use your help. Clearly, the ideas that we're coming up with, we're trying it, but we're not seeing the results, and we want to change that. So I'm saying is what it says about me, not necessarily because I think, you know, I'm doing a poor job or that I'm doing a great job. What I'm saying is I need your help, and so please reach out, and we can work together. I promise I'm not a bad partner. So with that, we can get into the Q&A. We have about 15 minutes to get out of here and get into our networking final closing. So if anybody has questions, suggestions, again, be careful with the suggestions you give. You may just end up needing that suggestion next year.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josrell. I was in Sierra Leone for 4.5 years, and I know Inde, Yeniva, and where's the one? Yeah, there. I know 3 people from Sierra Leone, and we all had a wonderful time. My specialty is the performing arts, and I have talked about Desmond about this. But I would like to know how SLEN would like to contribute to the performing arts industry in Sierra Leone. I, for one, would be able to help. I just want to implore you to consider my services and my expertise in film, music, dance, and drama, and whatever opportunities there are in the US or in Sierra Leone, I will be able to help Sierra Leoneans provide opportunities for them to consider studying in the US or Canada or anywhere else in the world, offer mentorship programs or offer advice or whatever they need, because I am here now and I'm not back home, and I was there for 4.5 years, as I said, and I know there is a need and I know that there is talent. But I've been here all day today and there was no icebreaker, no performance, no music, no dance, nothing to keep us, you know, keep the performing arts alive. So I just want to encourage you to consider that in your next program. Thank you.
Good. And again, thank you very much. That's exactly what we want to hear. In fact, I can say congratulations. You are officially the leader of the SLEN Performing Arts Initiative. I think, I was listening to you and I'm thinking this is it. We've been looking for her as she came to us. So, like I said, be careful how you suggest, because Sadetta last year suggested and she's standing up here today. So don't be surprised when I send you an email. But thank you very much for the comment. Anybody else? And just to add, you did say you were a singer, right? Joshua, a singer? Opera singer, okay. Our performance next year will be
amazing as well.
I'm looking forward to it. You have a year to prepare the opera piece.
The question that I want to ask is, I know that SLEN started doing things in Sierra Leone and with Sierra Leonean students. How can Excel Sierra Leone be able to align? Because I think that some of the ideas are very similar. And right now, I'm struggling. And I brought that up in our education sector. I think that, you know, people say that they want to support things that are going on in Sierra Leone, but I'm not supported by Sierra Leoneans. And I want to be supported by Sierra Leoneans. And I think we talk a good game, but it doesn't translate into action. And so then how can we align our messages, our vision, so that we can actually produce something amazing?
I'll just quickly, I think we forgot to mention that we did start SLEN in Sierra Leone, and it's still functioning. We do mentor mentees in Sierra Leone currently. So thank you to all the mentors who volunteered, because of Ebola, we were not able to secure mentors in Sierra Leone, but thank you to technology, we are able to, you know, mentors from here are mentoring mentees in Sierra Leone. And, you know, the way we can coordinate anyway, we work together in Sierra Leone, and I'm all about partnership, and we want the mentees and we want the mentors. I know you have a lot of connections, so what I started to build in Sierra Leone is finding the right kind of mentors, because I also realized the way we think of mentorship in Sierra Leone is a little different. And so I just had to be very careful in the selection of the mentors that we brought on board, because it is about our brand, as Jaisi was saying. But, you know, we know Yeniva now, we know Ajara, you know, we really want to continue to tap into those kinds of people who we know will not bring any sort of funny business into the organization. So if you are interested, please let's meet and we can talk to any one of the executives or the co-founders. I am willing, and as you know, I'm ready to go back, whatever. So I'm ready to coordinate that aspect of SLEN, Sierra Leone, coordinating with Excel and other organizations as well.
Just to add to that, we talked about the SLEN internship model. I'm thinking SLEN internship model working with Excel Sierra Leone to make that happen. I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunities there. Definitely, you know, great initiative that needs to be implemented. So once we figure out exactly how we're going to structure it, I think, you know, there's no reason why we can't partner to do that. In fact, since you're not a Sierra Leone, there's nothing stopping why you can't be the one running it from there, right? So definitely a lot of opportunities there. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nadia. I'm actually based in Sierra Leone. We flew in on Thursday. We just found out about the event yesterday, I think. So we're very excited to be here. I just have feedback for the organizers, because I like event planning. I'm interested in this. I have a background in management. I think one recommendation I'll make, I think this is great. Maybe instead of having so many, so I have like 3 recommendations. Maybe you could have one person moderate the whole event instead of having different moderators, because as it is, there's no level of expertise really required to moderate the panels because of the way it's structured. Another thing is maybe we could focus, so the initial one, we had like 4 sectors: energy, health. Maybe we could just have that for a whole, so like for this event, we have 4 sessions. One is health. We talk extensively about health. We come up with goals, and then we align people that are working in that sector. So, and then come up with a set of recommendations. So next year, when SLEN meets, we have something to look back on and say, okay, this is what we've achieved. But today, this is nice and all, but then we go away with nothing really about what to do. Like, okay, now we take ourselves to the next level, but then in Sierra Leone, how do we take Sierra Leone to the next level? I don't necessarily see how we just talk about, we just throw about a bunch of ideas. This is usually what workshops and stakeholder groups and all these meetings are in Sierra Leone as well. So that's another recommendation, that we try to focus the discussions so that we come away with something. I think I forgot the third one. That's good job to you guys.
All right, great. Definitely a great question. I'm good. This is a joke. Don't listen to me, right? I'm not sure if I'm happy that you forgot the third one, or but no. Actually, thank you for your comments. As you were saying that, I was thinking about it. You know, that's a great point. So something we didn't get a chance to ask you, or we normally don't get a chance to ask you, is to tell us what you thought about the events that you came to. So we host these mixers. We go through, you know, different events that we think are great, but again, it's what we think, right? So we need that feedback from you as well, and that is what I live for, honestly, like personally, because that's how we grow. That's how we know if we're doing the right things or not. Just to respond to that very quickly, the point of that first panel, really, it's a good point you bring up. What do you take back, right? The point of that first panel was, it was intended to really bring experts in, talk to us about, because they have the insights. They know the ins and outs of those sectors that you and I may not know about. So as an engineer, if I'm sitting there, somebody's sitting up here telling me the energy sector needs an electrical engineer, in fact, we could use such and such and such, I'm going to be inspired, or at least that was the point of the panel. We wanted the audience to be inspired to say, you know what, I can possibly contribute something here. I may not be ready to move back, but I want to know what he or she is doing, what projects they're working on, and how I can possibly contribute. And so, granted, you may not be walking away from a list of goals to go do, but the hope is that you're walking out of here feeling empowered to get up and do more within your own small capacity. All right, next question, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be in this conference this year. This is my first time in the United States. Yes, I came in with my wife, and I know David Manley personally. We started a law program in Sierra Leone together. So when I heard that it's part of this conference, I knew it would be an opportunity to meet great Sierra Leoneans. Only that personally for me, I've lived all my life in Sierra Leone. I went to the law school. I had my own challenges, right? And I wanted to contribute when people were discussing the do's and don'ts. And personally, I think one of the don'ts would be that we should not be, I mean the people from the diaspora should not be very judgmental and should not be suspicious of people back there at all. I mean, we have like excellent folks, very diligent. I was saying to someone that I work in a law firm where my boss gets to work like 5 minutes to 7 on a typical day, and we don't leave the office until around 9ish to 10 p.m. So, I mean, that's the law firm I'm involved in, right? So you have like a bunch of competent folks. The problem is they're very difficult to identify. Throughout my college days, I have always spoken about the Renaissance of Sierra Leone, and people were laughing when I started. 10 years down the line, we included, people across the diaspora. Mr. David Senge, the chairman of BAR, and the competent other people are part of that program. What we believe, and I'm not going to apologize for that, is that personally we do not believe in the existing structures. And we think that there should be an honest overall, and that there should be a synergy between those folks who are in the diaspora and then folks back home who have the capacity. I personally am not intimidated, because the attitude back home is whenever you're in town and you speak the American English, right? People think that people are intimidated, right? Instead of building on a synergy, they're intimidated, right? So there are existing stereotypes, and until my advice would be that SLEN should extend its program to existing structures like the Sierra Leone Renaissance movement. But the Renaissance movement has a composition of both folks outside and folks inside Sierra Leone who are really, really competent, who know their stuff. And if we have that capacity, if we have that synergy, we could move Sierra Leone forward. I am very impressed with the contributions so far. And I think personally, I'm going to talk to some of the co-founders of the Sierra Leone Renaissance movement so that we can partner with the Sierra Leone Empowerment Network and see where we could push the nation forward.
All right, that's very good. Very, very good, great contribution there. And, it's interesting because that's definitely one of the things that SLEN's vision really basically is, right? And so it's not just about, like I mentioned earlier, we don't have all the answers. And when I say we, I'm talking about the executives, but SLEN is everybody's, right? SLEN is not owned by the 6 of us or the 8 of us or the 3 that founded it. No, SLEN is all of us, right? So when you identify an opportunity area for SLEN in terms of partnership, one thing we've always emphasized is don't hesitate to reach out to SLEN, right? SLEN should never be, behind a closed door kind of organization. We're wide open. Send us an email. Reach out to one of us. Just say, hey guys, I think this is a great idea. We're going to listen to you. In fact, we might even task you to lead whatever that suggestion is. And so in terms of partnerships in Sierra Leone, we understand and we are very well aware of the fact that we can't just get up with the fact we tried it, where, you know, Janice over here actually was in Sierra Leone, started the SLEN students SLEN mentorship with students back here. And there were some hassles that we ran through. And so what we need is people who are there already on the ground, who already know their way around. Those are the people we really need to get to. I'm not gonna know about them if you who know about them don't come and talk to me about them. So another part of SLEN is the networking part of our portion. We encourage you to network with us. We encourage you to reach out. We encourage you to go out and learn about organizations, initiatives that are out there. Come back to us and tell us, hey guys, you need to think about this, or you need to go reach out to this person. So I encourage everybody, in fact, I'm making it a task, really. If you find anything, reach out to SLEN. At least everybody in this room now, send one email. Even if it's one, just send an email to SLEN with a suggestion or something. And I really hope we can get from that. I will get to your question very quickly, but we're running out of time and we already had one last schedule. And so I think Nadia was going to ask a question. We can talk later after this. In fact, you can come up and talk to us about anything.
Oh, I was just going to suggest, and I know with the suggestion comes, oh, how can you help us? So I will be reaching out as well, but just for having evaluations next time, so that way you guys can have time to go through the evaluations of what people liked about it, maybe what they disliked about it. So that way you'll have notes representing the next thing. And I mean the next conference, and then two, just maybe I was thinking about incorporating more college students and even high school students to take a part of this, since part of moving Sierra Leone forward is bringing more and more younger people into it. And college students plan conferences all the time. I feel like we never living, and we attend conferences as a part of our career path as well. So that can help maybe alleviate some stress from the team, so that they can focus on more of the bigger picture items and the nitty-gritty things you continue to hear.
Thank you. That's actually a very good point. This year we actually did want to do a 2-day event, but we decided to, what did Sierra Bomah say, take it one step at a time. And maybe that will be a future, because we really do want to focus on students. I mean, as you know, education is my heart. So I'm glad that you're re-emphasizing that, and hopefully the team is listening and that we will focus on that. In terms of evaluation, we do not have paper evaluations, but we are going to beg that we're going to be sending out online evaluations, and we hope that everyone who has attended, when they receive that email from SLEN, will fill out that survey and provide feedback about the conference. We'll learn next year and make sure we have, last year we had paper evaluations, so trying to save on paper, but we will do both maybe next year. Every year is a new thing. Before we close out, we do have to say our thank yous and closing remarks. I do have to say that we have gifts for the audience here. 2 people will go away with something. It's a mystery box. But if you just have patience with us as we thank our team for all their hard work, as you guys have said, this has been an amazing conference, and we really want to thank everyone who has contributed to this conference. So I'm going to start off just with the SLEN conference committee, and it's just really a token thank you, and then we'll give away y'all gifts. But it's going to be a special, only certain people might get it. So I would like to invite Sheikh Barry. Thank you so much. He has been all the promos that you guys have been seeing, the flyers, the press release, the media team. He's part of the media team that has been putting all of that together. So we really want to thank you for your contributions. Miatta is getting like 2, but okay, well, she's out, but she moderated, and she's part of the exec team, and she's part of the conference planning committee. She has children, and it's hard work. We're all volunteer based. No one's getting paid here, so we really want to thank Master Sisay for all her contributions as well. Let's give her a round of applause. Ibrahim, Sisay. So we have different conference committees as well, and we want to thank Ibrahim. He's also part of the media team, and they actually were able to live stream this. So people have been watching you guys. We didn't tell you, but people have been watching this conference. We had a lot of people ask, "Are you guys going to live stream this?" We're so far away, we're not able to make it, and we tried to accommodate. And it's thanks to their diligent work, they've been harassing me from USA Court and all of that. So thank you, Ibrahim. We have, we also have Zara. Zara. Oh, Kamara? Yeah. So they're part of the registration committee. So they're the ones that greeted you at the door. Make sure your name tags are spelled correctly because we know Africans were very picky about our names and making sure everything was right. And also just decorations. And so thank you, Zara, for everything. Shadetta, I mean, they're part of the execs. I don't have a choice but to, help with the conference, but we still want to thank them. Thank you, Shadetta, for all your contributions. So, last but not least, the co-founders actually wanted to thank our other SLEN execs who have been on this tireless journey with us. When I was going to Sierra Leone, I dragged Tom Kai Kai and Jaisi Stevens. They took on everything that Janice was doing. So last year I was like, I'm out of here, going to Sierra Leone. You guys are coming on board as SLEN execs, and they didn't really think twice about it, and they've been amazing. I don't know where Jaisi is. Jaisi, but we'll start with Tom. Mr. Kai Kai, she's been a man with the media. She's like everything about this conference. We appreciate you from Lenton and Desmond. We really appreciate everything. We really appreciate everything that you've done. You guys have done an amazing job. We also have something for our other execs, Akindele Decker. He couldn't be here today, but we'd like to also recognize him. He's the one, he called me like, we've got the live streaming up. I'm like, hey. So even though he's not here with us, he's still trying to make things possible for this conference. So thank you, Akindele. And Ms. Jaisi Stevens will come in here. We can thank her as well. She's coming. Okay. Ms. Jaisi Stevens. She wears many hats. I call it the Janice job, when we're the only two women, as you can see, until Fatmata and Shadetta finally joined us. So we have to battle these men. So we have to thank her for all her dedicated work. Thank you so much, Jaisi.
Last but not least, okay, last but not least, we would like to thank our wonderful, wonderful, wonderful MC. Yes, for her lovely, 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 lovely Leanne was at our conference last year and she did phenomenal.
Thank you so much. Okay, now for the moment you guys have all been waiting for. What are these?
Yeah. So there's an after party this year, and that happened because Miatta came back here last year. She said, "Hey, Nadia, come on, exactly." So the after party this year is happening because of Miatta last year. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have people coming from everywhere, and that's what we're going to start off with. We have a special gift. You know, we have so many kind SLEN members. I mean, SLEN will not be here without really people just volunteering their time and their gift. So we have I'm Young Fresh Fashion, and they gave us 2 gifts to give away at this conference. And I want to give this box to whoever travels the furthest. I'm thinking Sierra Leone. So maybe we'll ask, where do you come from in Sierra Leone to see. So who came from Sierra Leone? Oh, okay. Now East End or now West End or now Bo, Kenema, Kono, Sai. Calabato. Kono?
Congo Cross.
Congo Cross. Got it? Okay. What do you guys think? Who gets the furthest travel? Congo. There are 2 things in there. Okay. All right. Well, 2 of them came the furthest, so we'll hand that over to them. Thank you to Young Fashion for that. We have 1 more box, and this will be a test, I suppose.
Okay, I know what it should be. So the person who can recite the pledge. No. This is Leonean pledge. No, you cannot look on online. Y'all can do that. Who was the first hand? I didn't even see the first hand. The first hand was over there. The first hand. Yeah, people who are in SLEN can do that. The SLEN executive people can do it. Okay, hold on. You get the mic. You get for grab. You get for grab and do a proper. I'll sing out. If you don't sing out, then
I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve faithfully at all times. I promise to do my best.
Ladies. Man, you messed all the guys up, man. No duets.
My country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend and honor and within, always work for her unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity. And prosperity.
All right, okay. We go back to the guy here. Okay, you gotta sing it now, okay? And we got a George here. You know, we have an opera singer. Dude, you gotta represent, man. Don't let us sing.
I pledge my love and loyalty to my country, Sierra Leone. I vow to serve her faithfully at all times. I promise to defend her honor and good name, always work for our unity, peace, freedom, and prosperity, and put our interests above all else. So help me God. Oh, help me God.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of our program today. We hope that you continue to support us, continue to send us your suggestions and your questions. And again, there's an after party that Leanne inspired last year at Bliss. And if you go onto our Facebook page, you can find the link to purchase your tickets. They're $20 a ticket. You have to buy a ticket, by the way. You have to buy a ticket. It's $20 a ticket. And just one thing to note that of the total ticket sales, SLEN will get 20% donated back to SLEN as a contribution to the organization. So please get your tickets to the after party. We hope to see you guys next year. And we hope that next year when we show up, we would have formed partnerships and work with most of you people here. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Don't forget to clean up your area, please. Your lunch stuff and things, yes. Do ya, big. Don't too big. All right, thank you.
Dile with a go for.